Well, welcome back everybody to the Radiant Academy. My name is Keg and I'm joined by the lovely Zach once again. But wait, Zach, there's a major problem.
What is that?
How can we start this broadcast if we're not, or anyone in the audience is wearing Radiant Academy merch? You can support Radiant Academy and Radiant and all of their initiatives by buying merch at the Radiant store. What are we doing with ourselves if we don't have it?
You can get some. I mean, it's not too late.
It's not too late, right, Zach?
No, we'll place an order after this. Don't worry.
But where?
The Radiant Academy website, like you said.
Oh, you're right! Radiant.store! Thank you for letting me know. Now I know where I can finally complete my life's goals and get myself some amazing merch. But, we can also complete our lives by watching Radiant Academy 106. That's right. 106 of them have already come by. We've had quite a few this year as well. But the thing is, though, is that these pug teams are looking very ferocious.
I mean, for those tuning in, I think that we just got done with a couple of rounds of round robin, and we have like our top 12 up on the bracket. And like you said, they've been pucking away, throwing punches at each other. Sure, they're best of ones, but some of them were really ferocious best of ones to say the least. And now that we have our top 12, it's going to be exciting to see who, advances further in the bracket and who can come out on top of the class and take away. Would you call it a victory royale? Or what would you call it?
I'd call it graduating.
Graduating, yeah, that's right.
Something I didn't do from college. But you know what? These students are much more studious than I am. But that being said, though, we do have our first matchup of the day. We've escaped the group stage. We've seen all the top teams make their way through. It's going to be Nightshade versus... This has been one we were debating about in the green room, so forgive us early on. Arete?
Alate. We're very French today.
Arete? Is that how you do it? Look,
I have no French.
I took French for 3 years in high school. My French teacher was not native to France. She was native to Brooklyn, New York. So you can imagine having your French teacher speak to you in a very thick New York accent. Okay, Rete X. I'm hoping I'm getting that right, but that's going to be Austin's team, and I'm very excited to watch Austin play. They've been fantastic, so supportive of the GC scene as well. But the most curious thing to see, though, is with a transforming map pool, where we're going to be going in terms of the vetoes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, especially as casters, Ken, we were talking about this in the green room as well. You're used to seeing like a certain number of maps. It's usually the same stuff coming up again. Haven, Ascent, if you're lucky, maybe a Sunset here and there. But thankfully, we have had a map veto change in the last month, and we no longer have to deal with certain maps that I do not wish to name here at the risk of slander. What I am happy about is that we have Split and Pearl back, and we're going to be seeing it right off the bat.
I'm going to bounce off that. I'll happily slander Breeze and Bind any day of the week.
I was going to slander Breeze, yeah.
It's the B-word maps. It's the B-word maps. I mean, Bind has been banned by Nightshade. I'm eternally grateful. I do want to mention, though, that Nightshade, they had last played in Radiant Academy 105. They did not escape the group stage at all. They lost every single map. Now, what makes me a little nervous is that Haven and Sunset and Ascent were banned out by Nightshade. They did lose out to Ascent and Abyss the last time around. I just have Haven on my mind, I guess. So the more heavily coordinated maps are the ones that Nightshade seem to struggle with more. And Sunset, Ascent, fairly small maps, Zach. Going to Pearl, it's a large map. I'm wondering if they're planning on playing more individually. We do see Abex locked in. Oh, never mind. I was going to say the ISO. But the Yoru, the Clove, the Vice coming out, this might mean it's more individual 1vx plays from Nightshade.
I mean, I definitely agree. That could be a factor here. And I mean, looking at Nightshade's comp as well, you can see they've got that double controller coming in. You've got the local smokes coming in from Clove, and having an Astra as well, especially with the recent buff with Astra getting 5 stars back again. There's a lot of map control that you can really play with. And, you can cause a lot of fakes. You could be just waiting outside B, put a couple of smokes down on A, cause a little bit of confusion. What really excites me about this comp, though, is the Vice. Because to be honest, we haven't seen too many teams really pick up Vice on that big stage. And especially with this map coming back into rotation after after a very, very long time, which I'm very sad about. But thankfully, we have it coming back. I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to be using this agent because, of course, you've got that wall, which can help cut off players like really at these choke points and create a lot of impacts, especially with the thorns. But you also, how would you coordinate that with the rest of your comp? How are you going to really make that work with the Yoru? And it's going to be pretty exciting to watch.
See, this makes me really nervous because if my assumption's right about how Nightshade struggled on coordinating as a team in terms of, strategy, the macro, utility, bringing out an Astra, Yoru, and Vice is not going to be the solution to that. You're going to have so much comms needed to be pinpoint precise to beat out a very fast Neon. Oh, looks like we may have a tech issue early. The Neon is standing still, which is sacrilege in Valorant.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the biggest cry at this point. You know, you gotta really like wonder how that agent is still not have not has not been nerfed. I think that we are seeing movement again, but in the meantime, you already got Abby tucked away to the corner. That's the spike. A little bit unfortunate on the timing. Gets the 1v1 for free. A third player as well who seems to have lagged out. Oh, almost didn't notice. But okay,
Ah.
we're back. We're back to the main screen. Hopefully, we're gonna be seeing the reconnects coming in soon before we head in. A little bit awkward. I feel like Abby would be pretty pissed. Like, I just got three guys. What do you mean we have to go back?
This is a glorious graphic. This is how I write. This is how I write everything on the
Neat.
board. I guess the fill in the audience, everybody on the attacking team crashed at once. I mean, when you go into a tournament rocking the Reina Neon Deadlock comp, I'm not terribly surprised that the forces at will want to stop you at least for a little bit. But Fast and Velocity will be the name of the game, Zach. Bypassing the Vice utility is going to be a major hurdle for the attackers to get past. But with so many interconnecting tubes in mid, I feel like the Vice is just not going to be enough for this defense.
No, I definitely agree with you. I think it's gonna be more of the Vice kind of set down to hard anchor because usually when you see teams run Sentinels, if at all, it's gonna be that Killjoy or that Cipher that you most often see. Maybe sometimes someone's feeling a little bit spicy, has like a chamber moments where they want to kind of show off their aim there. Which I mean we've seen it before and it's perfectly functional even with the chamber nerfs. But yeah, Vice, I think it's more of a case where you want to set her up on like say that A site, have a utility to play off of for art when it comes down to that flash as well as those thorns. And once that wall is towards main, you can really cut off people who try to enter. Especially, if you look at their opponent's comp, the fact that they have a neon, you're gonna have to be really careful about how you're spacing that because odds are, you're just gonna be zooming away, sliding in, and you think your teammates are behind you, but that wall comes down and you're all alone surrounded by enemies. I mean, you might be able to get your way out of there, fight your way out of there, get a couple of kills, but I think it's gonna be something that has to be pretty careful about with the kind of comp they're running, and especially with the fact that they have this double duelist, and only one of them really has excessive mobility. Like Reyna, I mean, Reyna's nice for healing, Reyna's nice for trading, and getting out of there with the dismiss. But for all of the abilities on the Reyna to work, you kind of need to get a kill, and that's going to be a huge factor here.
Yeah, I mean, getting a kill with the Reina right is definitely going to be a major goal for Ret to find that early success. But the hard anchoring from Vice, completely agree. That has to be necessary here. But do you hard anchor A? Yeah, I would say so. You maybe put down the Vice A, Sova can float between A and B site, Recon can go in different directions, at least get some early information about where these attackers might want to push into. But what do you do with B? Are you planning just to take retakes every round? Are you setting up the Yoru and Clove maybe for B site? Have the Astra play in mid alongside the Sova or the Vice maybe? I'm just so worried about this Nightshade comp because as soon as one defender goes down, the entire defensive plan is going to be ruined.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to be very careful about the kind of peaks they want to take, especially towards mid, like you said, because you never know who's gonna be lurking where, and especially with the kind of comp they're running, you only have so much information. Like once you use that Soma Recon and drone, you're just gonna
And
have to
that's
take those
it.
contact plays. And yeah, exactly. I mean, on the other side as well, sure, you only have the Fade Haunt and Prowler, but you do have that additional chunk of utility available as well from the Deadlock, right? If you're able to actually get your way onto the site, which the Fade utility historically has proven to help with, you can just put down all of your util. And I think that for Areth in particular, the fact that they have so much utility available in the form of that post plant with the Astra Stars, with the Deadlock Stuns and grab nets and whatever. I think if they can get that spike down on that B side, it's going to be very difficult for Nightshade to really manage a retake.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point that the Neon is going to be the biggest point of contention this entire map, no matter which side we're looking at. All the utility for Nightshade is designed to slow down Neon. If this Neon can aim, find space, and most importantly, just be a nuisance in the server, Arete has this map in the bag.
I feel like whenever you say neon, the word nuisance is synonymous at this point, especially if you play a lot of raids. I have like PTSD, but
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man. What do you do when there's a neon just sliding
Cry.
around, with a Bucky? I did that every day anyway, but
Oh, you're a
how do you
monster.
take care of that?
You're an actual monster.
I don't play neons.
You're not
don't
invited
worry.
to the 10-mans anymore.
Hey, I don't play neons, but yeah, I've seen people like that, dude. Like they just lock in the neon and then they go like ham. So far, though, at least this neon is having a little bit of a walk-up moment. You've got the jump spot coming in from Abby, walking around looking for kills. This time around, gets a visual of at least a couple players pushing in. So immediately, it is going to be the smoke coming down and the fallback here to possibly wait for some teammates. They're just going to be holding down mid with the squad while they kind of wait for backup to arrive in. And the slow take actually lets them kind of set up onto site to try and go fight two players in the back of site. And Abby actually finds that first blood.
Yeah, already this is the entire plan here. Full retakes from the defense. Good job stalling out the two duelists. Now they cannot find space on B. They have to lick their wounds and run away. Arete, less than a minute left on the clock, Zach. They have to reset completely.
Yeah, I think they figure there's really no point trying to push their issue, especially with another couple players having been spotted there. So yeah, like you said, slow rotate over towards B. They have to be really careful. They have to re-clear so much space, or at least give that impression. And yeah, like you said, the whole time you've got the deadlock waiting around the corner here. I think they did hear the jump spot towards the backside, but nobody really peeking here from Nightshade. So disciplined right now, and that's that first sign with 30 seconds, or rather 20 seconds left at this point. They know that the spike is going to be committed towards this point, but again, a beautiful flash to try and push with, but the crossfire here, it's just really strong. And Nyx, 1, 2, 3 taps, 3 headshots, and first pistol goes to Nightshade.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure if we have replays on this stream, but Nyx finding that jump peak, I think with the right, second long timing of Deadlock peeking out from Pillar was everything Nightshade needed to know that Arete was never going to commit to that rotate to A site. That one jump peek alone kept Nyx in that elbow position. They never needed to rotate. They played off of timings, used the Astra Gravity well to take a peek that there was just simply no time to clear out backside. Really good work with patience there from Nightshade's side.
I don't even think they got the plant, so gonna be a bit of a money problem as well. Okay, all right. Austin tries to make a play there. Goes a little bit too wide. Did not expect a player around the corner, and unfortunately is gonna be taken down. No potential of a trade either with the kind of speed that was coming through in that push. Oh, there's that wall trip, and immediately you're gonna see the thorns get triggered as well. So much utility dumped at this choke point, and yeah, they're gonna be able to spot out the Reyna and get a couple of frags for themselves. I don't know if they've logged out or if they're just stuck there. No, they're still here. Okay, nice headshot. Immediate trade coming in from Eevee, and now it is just gonna be the Astra. So able to find at least that first one, but the counter frag again immediately there. Just quick reactions, quick trades coming in from Nightshade, but at least for Arete, they were able to find a couple of frags to make that round at least a little bit pricey.
Yeah, really happy with Nightshade's overall positioning at the start of each round. Expectations again, not to overly push up except for A, fight for the initial A main orb. Otherwise, it's mostly just using your ears, looking to find where Austin on this Neon is going to make that initial assault. That Neon's going to be the name of the game. Arete so far have struggled on these choke points. They didn't have a bye last round. So this means, now that they finally have rifles, this will mean everything. Austin's got a Bucky. Good lord. Oh no. Oh, that was close. Oh, but the gravity well was mistimed. It was made purposely for Austin, but now because it was detonated so early, that's full A-site control for Arete.
I mean, you buy a Bucky, you get your impact, you've already done your job as a Neon, and now, like you said, the rest of the players happy to try and go in for that post plant. To be fair, this is the bonus round here for Nightshade, but any damage that they can find, it's gonna be doing wonders and they have so much space to re-clear. However, they've already taken care of sight. Here comes the Gravnet, the Recon as well to try and spot out a couple of players.
Oh my
They're
god.
perfectly scanned, and it's going to be the first kill to come through. Trade comes in, but immediately there's not much that you can do. The defuse is being stuck though, and oh my god, the Vice has them in a Vice grip at this point, and it is a bonus round that comes in for them with the help of that smoke. That was so clutch. And 3-0. What a blistering start for Nightshade.
I mean, just taking my guessing goggles on. Nightshade, they struggled so much in Radiant Academy 105. They didn't win a single map in the tournament. And a lot of that had to do with what I can assume was just, again, overall macro level coordination of Nightshade being a new team and figuring out how to work together. A lot of that seems corrected in these first 3 rounds. These retakes have been so solid, utility usage has been on point, info being found has been exquisite. Austin just keeps running in, and the strategy hasn't changed by Orete at all.
Oh, here comes the flash though. It's enough for them to take that first contact and get that kill. Nice trade through coming in from Nyx, who's still kind of hunkering down on that back site. Has a full kit of utility as well and a TP recharged. Again, that smoke coming down, it's going to cut off the push here, especially with how low one of these players are. They need to hope that Nightshade gives them an opportunity to try and capitalize and maybe find a pick or two. The operator, though, coming in from Abby. Huge kill. And that means there's going to be no more smokes for the duration of the round. 32 HP and a dream. What can this Reyna do? Absolutely nothing as Abby finds both kills with the operator. And they continue their winning ways, does Nightshade.
Orete really have to change up the early game now. They have a lot of opportunities to work mid, play off of these positions and timings that Nightshade have grown accustomed to in 4 rounds. Now that the operator's made itself known, this could be a good opportunity too for Orete to maybe either double down what they're doing already, Zach, and use Austin to, out-aim the op, right? Or just use this time to play into mid with the Bucky. You don't need to go fast early on. And that's the change that Orete are bringing out here. Play into mid. Work the corners to your advantage, and there it is. The op is gone.
Power of the neon. I honestly don't know how that shot counts as precise movement, but you do have full accuracy when you're sliding with the neon on your seat. You just saw a full demonstration of that live right now. Looking to push further onto mid. The timing not there for Locus, and that joke is that's gonna be the kill coming in for Austin once again. Just sneaking into CT here. Avex, of course, the one player who can try to make a difference, catches the first one, looks for the second, knows where they are, and gets the headshot. That is huge, but already Austin on par for the game, slides through, regroups with their teammates, and Red are going to be able to get that spike down with a numbers advantage. But look at this, the 2 remaining players, they are here for the retake. The problem is that everybody is already towards long, and I don't know if they're going to be able to check that really quickly.
Nightshade are 4 rounds ahead. They could try to make Orete waste the rolls.
They could, but this push through is perfect. The prediction is perfect. It has to be an ace clutch coming in from Austin here. And here comes the Neon ultimate. First kill comes through. Can they get the second? It's the run and gun. It's the Neon slide. And it's the ace here to get the first round on the board here for Orete. And what an exciting round it was from start to finish. It looked like they were a little bit cooked towards the end with that play coming in from Nyx, as well as their teammate. But, Neon to the rescue.
Yeah, you really couldn't have asked for a better round from Orete. They, maybe having more than one left alive would have been good, but every adjustment I wanted to see, especially in the early rounds where it felt like Austin would just run in and die without really doing much into the round, except maybe taking one body away, was completely corrected. Focusing on mid. Take early lane with the rest of the team that's not focused up on mid. Really now it's a battle to take over A orb. Early smoke goes down. Dimensional Drift still available for the Yoru, so that won't be claimed, but it could very well be for the Sova. Ults are getting stacked up now by Nightshade. There's the Nightfall to worry about from Orete's side, and they will use that for their entry on B. Right now, it's just a battle of making these defenders waste their utility. Austin's trying to worm their way in, and they very well could. Oh, getting rid of this Astra would be huge. Abex with 1 HP needs to survive, but Austin falls. That just clears up B even more.
Look at the position of Abby already, having made their way over towards Heaven, basically ready for the CT push if they do extend that far. And with the smokes coming down, I think it's pretty clear that this is going to be where they plan to go, especially with Rami having taken control of mid as well through that double doors. You do have the globals available for Abby. Looks to take contact. Only Sheriff in hand though, so not the greatest buy here. And despite this 4v5, Arete have a pretty good chance of being able to confirm this round here, especially with that Nightfall garnering the info that you already have a couple of you only have one player towards CT if anyone, so you can try to take up a little bit more space. However, Rami not exactly gonna be in position for that fight already going down here. It's just a solitary peaks. 3 kills coming through for Nightshade right now in the Dimensional Drift. Insult to injury at this point. How much more can you do here? Absolutely nothing. They get a couple of kills, but in that 4v5 Arate, they unfortunately are not able to maintain that post plant, and a couple of minor mistakes there, but overall Nightshade, they looked really clean in that retake.
Yeah, really big communication moment from Nightshade on that retake. Having Nyx throw their weapon to Abby, allow them to run in with their Clove. They can be as unsafe as they want to be because Clove has their ult. The not dead yet gives them a second life. And because now Nyx does not have a weapon, they can go in with their Dimensional Drift, find all the value and info they want for the retake positions that Arete were in. And Nightshade, they couldn't have asked for better information to not waste any bodies and take those fights and win with maximum information. You could not have asked for a better retake there from Nightshade either. Adaptability from both teams has been so smart, and look at this rush it early on. The fight for A, knowing full well Arete trying to contest this early on every round and keep on losing it. It is an eco buy though from Arete, just pistols. This Deadlock does have their Annihilation in hand. Big mistake right now they could make is to use it here, especially 2 to 5. That'd be something that Nightshade would love to have happen.
I mean, I've pressed X by mistake a couple times, but yeah, with that Deadlock wall going down, 2 players, the high-low setup in the corner. Oh, just not much that Deadlock could really do there. A little bit unfortunate. Now it's just Jen left alone, a 1v5. At least small Grace, they have the spike in their hands, but you know they've got so much utility to try and deal with here. They have a full kit, but look at this. 3 players stacked up on this site. Gotta be a fight taken at Art. A clean headshot. That is a kill at least garnered for their troubles. Here comes the Astra Util, the double peek as well. Just not much that you can really do past that point. And Nightshade, they win another round.
Now, I will say for Nightshade, this is the side you want to farm up rounds on. The Vice is such a great defensive agent. The Astra can be too if the smokes and stars are placed correctly. You have such a good stall-heavy composition, and from what we've seen, a very good retake-heavy comp. For Arete, yes, you have the Reyna and Neon. You want to gain as many attacking rounds as you can. But honestly, Zach, I've been very impressed with defensive Neons recently. I don't think it's as big of an issue to end this half, say, maybe 3-9 at minimum, 4-8. Wouldn't be a bad option here for Arete, and they could farm on defense with kills.
Definitely could. I mean, you talk just the fact that you can take such advantage of timings is really huge here. That said, though, oh, here comes the Deadlock ult. Not gonna catch anything, but Jokas does manage to find that kill here. Oh, nice slide. Immediate trade to come through, and now the Vice ult as well. Gonna connect. No more guns available for Rami right now. It is gonna be just a 1-for-1 trade, and now Arete in a 2v3. They're gonna have to try to hold on for dear life. Rami with just the classic in hand. The ult had almost expired. Could have gotten the Vandal back, but now it all comes down to Astra. I think they're gonna expect this mid lurk possibly. Already player in position. Abby able to confirm that kill at a 7th round on the board here for Nightshade. And I mean, talk a little about how they're playing, right? They're happy to play for a retake in a lot of these situations. They're used to taking the initiative towards A and Art and more towards that mid side, try to catch players off guard. And if nobody's there, the odds are they're coming B, and they're happy to just go in for the retake because they know they've got the perfect kit to try and take it back with.
I mean, it's such a great call, too, from Nightshade on a big picture level, right? Like, okay, they have a Neon. Neon's very powerful in the meta right now. Their best advantage would be to rush in, take those early fights, and not have any tradability, right? You play for the spike to go down. What's a Neon going to do in the retake, right? All the early advantages are on those entries. So Nightshade taking it slow and giving up sight is such a smart move. And Arete, if they continue to play for mid, they can take these fights and go to their strengths. They just have to keep doing that and keep their economy alive. It's nothing but pistols on their end yet again. Austin's taking it slow, though. I believe they're close to getting the overdrive. Yeah, 3 off. We saw them last time they used that ult. Get the ace. This would be huge if they're able to farm it up again.
Oof. A little bit unlucky there. Takes the headshot through the wall. Staying alive though. So Austin still has a chance to try and make an impact. However, once again, the operator strikes, taking down the Fade early on. Gonna be very difficult to kind of smoke out the position of these players. Just Jokas though in the corner, and the double kill here through the lineup. Huge right now. Once again, just no avenue left except towards that B site. They're gonna be able to probably sneak up, maybe even get the plants if they're lucky, but in this 2v5, it is an equal round. How much more can you really find here? Spots the player in heaven, a 145 tap. Nice shot, but the kill not quite materializing. It's just going to be enough space with the help of these smokes to try and get that spike down at the very least. In fact, Satilla going to be trying to bait out a peek first, but again, the discipline coming in from Nightshade. They just are not messing around right now.
Now run away for the retake.
Oh.
The best you can do. A great Marshall kill against Abby. Maybe this deadlock can make some heroics work. A flash is out. We'll talk about that in a second. The smokes allow the wide swing to go uncontested. 3 for the Marshall now. Make that a 4th. 1 bullet left. No!
They're sticking it.
Unlucky. A stall for time. Evie's there to remove the last 2 players. Whew.
Honestly, the fact that you made it that close, respect, in that eco round.
Yeah.
I think they achieved all of their objectives aside from, being able to convert it. They were able to get the plant out. They managed to take down a couple of guns. I mean, of course, with Nightshade having the score that they do, I don't think they really need to worry about money for the rest of the half. But aside from that, right, you're going to be able to charge up your ultimate. You get a couple of kills. Things looking good in terms of the money front, at least for the last remaining rounds, because you got that plant. And it's going to make your life easier. But yeah, momentum, I mean... It's firmly in the favor of Nightshade at this point. And like you said, right, Yoru, proven agent on this map. Astra, Silva, proven agents on this map. So it's going to be very difficult. They didn't even check the corner. Nick's just tucked away, safe and sound. The trigger discipline. Oh my god, it is just coming through. 2 kills. At least Satella is going to make it look a little bit more even there, but still a 3v4 retake is what we're looking at here. The spike goes down, and that Cosmic's Divide is still online and also looking to play a little bit more aggressive to try and find a kill.
Oh, you've lost your deadlock. You've lost your Reyna. A lot of your aggressive force are gone. Austin's the only tip of the spear left. Everyone's hiding inside of elbow.
Ooh. Again, the stun comes through, a smoke as well, contact taken, but again, just a 1-for-1 trade, and yeah, it has to be between Jen as well as Austin to be able to clean things up. The 1v1 gets given, but now it's just Satella left alive, almost a possibility of a lineup here, but Evie will be able to find all 3 kills. Very nice retake there. I like that they always had 2 players picking these angles together, and they were able to kind of isolate these fights and find around. Nightshade just looking so comfortable on this defensive side here, and I mean, you said it, last time they played, they weren't able to find a single win and even get out of that group stage, but now here they are, and they look to be so much more in form and feeling themselves. Especially, I think both these teams have a 2-1 record from that group stage, so whoever does win is going to be advancing. I think they feel the weight of that. They really want it.
Yeah, Nightshade have looked fantastic so far, working together on this defense. Arete, I like what they're accomplishing on the macro. They've recognized now that B site has been easier for them to take. They know the big fights are going to be in the retake section. So Austin was able to get a lot of value going on the B for free. They just did not check that singular corner. Now I wonder if they're going to stall themselves out fighting for the corner, but actually, no. Arete are choosing the dump utility, throw it down, make it look like they're going to commit on B site, but fake it and go mid. Now, are they going to go mid to A or B? That's a hard question. Arete are probably not expecting 3 to be in B link.
Especially, I mean, that voice will cutting off that choke point as well. Nick's able to re-clear it comfortably and then fall back. They're happy to just, stick together, kind of take these fights together. Yeah, I think they're taking their time about it, though, because they just don't know where exactly the defenders have been playing. They've been creating so much variation that it makes things difficult. Oh, look at this.
It's an up on the other side, and there's only 2 flashes that they can use. Reyna has to keep these Leers online as long as possible.
Ooh, but this is the perfect weapon against the op here, the Neon Overdrive. Really hard to hit it with a sliding Neon at the best of days. And oh my god, they don't even need that ultimate. It's just gonna be Abby taken down with the help of that Guardian Clean one tap to come through. I'm just figuring to try and deny the plant. Actually succeeds, but oh my god, the ult is coming. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get the gun out in time. And nope, Austin gets the kill here. Still looking to cause the damage and just absolutely sliding and taking care of the enemies right now. The problem here is the flank. Just a 1-for-1 trade though. And now Nyx in a 1v3 has looked incredible before. But the overdrive gets the first, has to get a little bit more the second as well, and now it's a 1v1. I don't think they have the information though as to where this player is, but that's the nice thing. You've got the smoke to come in, you're going to be able to at least try to get half that stick through, and oh my god, they're just looking to stick in a little bit greedy there, and Satella will get the second round on board for it. A little bit of tactical crouching as well to celebrate. 9-2. It's certainly better than 9-1.
It's certainly better, right? But the only rounds that Rete have won have been entirely based off of Austin's ult. You can't just rely on the overdrive to find success. I like the pacing that Rete is bringing out. But with so few rounds left this first half, they're not going to have that Neon ult come out again. They'll have to have a new trick up their sleeve in order to take B-side control. Opting for A is a dangerous choice. Read into by Nightshade completely. 4 stacked up on A for this choke.
I mean, the smoke buys a decent amount of time, and I think that Alrete, you see the writing on the wall, they really don't want to push further into this. The last time they tried, I think two of them got spammed down through the smoke, so yeah, gonna be taking a little bit more of a safer pathing here, tries to break some utility, and then regroups towards Art, but once again, you've got 2 players lying in wait. They hear the reload as well. Thankfully, Rami gonna be able to get away safe and sound, but Alrete, I think they've had so much trouble in really being able to enter any other site than B because of the amount of sheer utility, as well as smokes and other arsenal arrayed against them in the terms of numbers here already. Abix tucked in with the off angle, spots out the first player, has the information, but instead just going to be hiding in the back side. I like this play from Arate. The problem is they didn't clear this part, and with the help of that flash coming in, it's going to be 2 kills found. In fact, a third one from Nyx as well, and only Rami finding anything at all in exchange. Austin, though, looking to make it expensive. The Neon Utility really finding so much value here with the help of those slides, and that Cosmic Divide once again available, once again coming down, might be able to net them the space to get that spike down.
30 seconds left.
He goes through. Gate crash. Destroyed by Austin. That's good. A flash remains. How many more are left? 0 is going to be the answer. Through a major mistake that Arete had made, this could still be a winning round for them. Remember, 3's the minimum. Abby, last alive now. 1 piece of utility, not enough to convert the round on its own. What's that?
Be able to isolate. Gets the first one, that's the refresh, yeah, not even necessary, and now they know exactly where Satella is. The problem is they have to win out this fight, and Abby, ice cold in the clutch there, gets it done. The 1v2 and 10-2 half here. Really, really dominant sword for Nightshade, and like you said, Keg, 9-3, it might have looked good. I mean, there's still a chance if it's a 10-2, but it's gonna depend on how well they can really optimize this comp. And I mean, Deadlock, I feel like neither of these agents, we've seen them, on this map in any kind of capacity. Kind of intrigued to see how it's going to fit in with the rest of the comp, but you do have a couple of combos you can pull off with the help of the Astra.
Yeah, the Astra Vice, Astra Deadlock combos, theoretically are going to be amazing. You have the Fade Astra combos too, with the Haunt, or even, the Lockdown with the Seize that could find a ton of value, but again, that's so situation dependent that we might not see it on a very cornery map like Pearl. Nightshade, though, before they were able to play retakes and farm up defense rounds, it's going to be the opposite for them on the attack. They have to play purely for post plants in a different way. The Vice is only going to find value in the lockdowns on post plants. And taking down Austin immediately is such a good sign for this team. Austin really had to find the most value on this defense as a Neon. Pushing up without any utility to back you up. It's so risky.
It's a huge kill as well, especially with the kind of impact that they've been having throughout this game, I would say. Losing your top fragger, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult for Rete. And like you said, the linchpin of this defender side, it is when you have the maximum number of players. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to hold all of these lanes. And immediately, you can see that Nightshade, they take advantage of it. They get that first kill. They play some time so that the rotation comes in off of the site. And Rami, now the only player anywhere close, forced to wait for the rest of their team to rejoin them as they try to make this 4v5 work out. But look at this flank. It could be huge from Jen. Oh no. Okay, yeah, that's rough. Needed to get that kill. Timing not quite there, but at least you've got the deadlock as well as Rami trying to find the damage here, find some kills. A 2v3. There is that wall there to try and deny the peak, at least for a couple of players. But the problem is it's not going to really push them off the angle. Has to be the attempt at a stick coming in, the clock really ticking, and the fakes. I mean, they try to get these kills to come through, but unfortunately, it is just going to be one pick. Really, I feel like if Nightshade had tried to, Arete had tried to stick half the spike there, they might have been able to get it, but just the confidence from Nightshade there, they're alright, they're not gonna be sticking it. We don't have to peek, guys. Let's just chill for a bit. It was kind of awesome to watch. I mean, you can see
It was a good counter bluff.
like, yeah, you know, if you, they were like, yeah, you know, we trust that you're gonna be faking it. We trust that, you know, you're not ice cold enough to do the whole pro stone fake thing like we tried to do, and it worked out, you know.
Nightshade was just like, nah, I'd win.
Nah, I'd win.
I do want to say, though, Arete revealed a major hand for their post-plant play early, though. They know that the Vice is not a great flank-watching agent. So Jen going for that flank very early in the pistol is going to show likely what we can expect to see for the rest of this half.
Indeed. I mean, I think that that barrier doesn't really do too much, but I think that Nightshade also were aware of the possibility. The timing just wasn't there, unfortunately, for Arate. Now, 3v4, once again, add a little bit of a disadvantage in this retake situation. They have forced as well these sheriffs, these light armor, kind of a must-win round at this point with the way the eco, the way the round score is shaping up here. And I mean, the side is Austin still alive. The problem is the Bucky, how much impact can it have in this backside? And oh my god, it has every kind of impact that you want at this point. A 2v3, Austin single-handedly trying to change the tide here. A lot of damage being done by this Vice utility, and they might have been able to buy enough time at this point. They don't know where the Astra is, and Abix has just been so disciplined in being able to hold it. The spam comes through, but unfortunately, the perfect headshot as well from Jen to be able to get Nightshade to, Arate to another round here. Really flawless retake, and I think that Austin being able to get both of those kills towards backside, just the impact that the Bucky had that round was a saving grace for sure.
I'd love to see the scoreboard, because I want to see how many kills Austin has right now. Oh, a timeout. Oh, that's interesting. I was not expecting a timeout this early into the half from Nightshade. They have so many rounds ahead of them that using 12 and 12. Honestly, I thought Austin had more kills. I'm not gonna lie.
It feels like it, especially with that ace and, you know, all these Bucky plays that have been happening. I gotta feel that.
Here, no, I get you, but like, here's the thing, right? Every single round win from Arete has been entirely because of Austin. All the impact plays have been based off of them. And I'm not like glazing Austin, right? Like, yes, like Austin's awesome, don't get me wrong, but literally every body disadvantage Arete's been in has been won back by Austin. And the rounds where Austin's the first one to go down, it's just not even a contest, really. But here's the thing, though, and this makes me really worried for Nightshade. They are so worried about this Neon that they go for a round 3 timeout on their half when they're 8 rounds ahead. It really makes me wonder what the decision making is here. How are they going to change it up?
I mean, like you said, I feel like all of these rounds where Austin has been able to, you know, stay alive and have their way with things has been great in terms of being able to find the frags. But now I think that timeout was just a call to kind of see how they can end this quickly. I'm going to take an opposite take for that. Nice angle. And unfortunately, Deadlock's not going to be able to get the kill, and now stuck in the backside. Outlaw, not the greatest of weapons, able to get that first one, but immediate refrag could come in, especially with the push. But thankfully, they've got friends. The power of friendship really shining through here, and the classic is going to be enough to find that final kill. Sure, it was an eco round here from Nightshade. I think they were more planning for the upcoming rounds here, but I think the hold and the patience coming out from Boywev towards that backside kind of makes it look easy. And I mean, but Arete, the biggest problem that they really struggle with, I feel, especially in the last half, is kind of finding that momentum. And now I think for the first time all game, they've gotten 2 rounds in a row. I think that's going to be 3 if you count that final round on their previous side. So they can kind of continue that momentum, be able to hold things together, especially with them having the money for possible buy as well. If they can win this bonus round against Nightshade's full buy, it could definitely herald at least a chance at a comeback. But for that, they've got to win this round.
Yeah, it's going to be a big deciding round here. Abby getting the opening pick is such a good call. Austin didn't have a lot of impact last round, and Arete were able to win off of that. Still, a defensive hold for this map has always been incredible. Satella may have a great case of the timings here. Austin has made themselves known to rotate out, so Satella may remain hidden.
No one really going to be pushing them though. Austin again tucked away into the smoke. The timing on the peak here, I feel like, they had like, what's that feel like? A shiver down their spine. They go for the re-clear and almost cash out the Astra. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to find that kill quite yet, but Abby interested in re-clearing all of the space, making sure that there is no indication. It does look like an A split is on the cards, and there is only going to be that Reyna towards the backside, especially with, like you said, Austin having rotated out. So things looking a little bit more dicey. Here come the smokes though, and they are going to be making their way through. Rami only with the Sheriff in hand. It's going to be so difficult for them to really find anything, but that's the first kill. Looks for the second. Huge double frag though coming out from Jokas here, and now it is going to be a 2v2. Oh no. Very unfortunate there. We just with the patience to wait in the smoke. The thing is, though, this Outlaw could find both of these kills because the players are lower than 140. The problem is, it's not really the optimal weapon you want to have in this fight. Both players in isolated positions. Depends on the spike tap's timing and who peeks when. Gonna be able to pick up the Vandal as well, so a little bit more of an advantage here for Boy Wife. The Hunter's Fury is available, though. Yeah, that's the first kill to come through. 1-for-1 trade, and now Eevee forced to go in for the peek here. Gets the jump peek done. A lot of damage done as well. The recon, there's just so much utility available. The shock dart to boot. Oh my god, what a way to get themselves to match point. And Nightshade, they win the round with a little bit of shenanigans.
Okay. Very nice round from both teams, really. I love these holds from Arete. They have that same communication Nightshade has had. They're willing to take very scary fights at times. Remy especially was good at holding backside control and taking that early pick off of Nyx. That's exactly what you want. Get rid of flashes early, make sure people have to push into you. You really couldn't have asked for a better round there for Rete. Hunter's Fury being expelled there by Eevee was interesting, right? It makes me wonder if this harkens back to a Radiant Academy 105 where, yeah, they lost both their maps. And I'm wondering, we don't have the score lines in front of us, but I'm curious if that had to do with their attacking rounds not going too well. Maybe a confidence issue. Nyx follows immediately. It's just an absolute bloodbath outside of art.
I think there's no way to save Abby either. I unfortunately gonna be caught out at the deadlock util. Oh, the push off the back of it as well. The whiff though, that's gonna hurt. Eevee gets the kill, and now you've got the low volt as well. Finding value takes down the Astra. There's two players left alive, 1-for-1 trade right there. And Austin, I mean, you were talking about a Keg. They've been the hero so far for their team on this match, but now an operator in a 1v3. At least saving graces, they've got their full kit of util, but look at this post one. Everybody towards main, and that's the game given away. The first kill goes does not connect, and now it's just going to be so difficult. At least Austin's able to re-clear a lot of the space here, but this Molly already causing problems. And look at this, there's a reflight coming in as well towards Art already. I don't know if Austin can hear this. It's just going to be the walk-up coming in from the Vice. So much territory to clear, so much to do, and just so little time available on the clock. The first comes through, the second as well, but will Austin be able to figure out where Jokas is? No is the answer to that. A Nightshade, they take map number 1, 13-4. A very convincing victory there.
I really like that re-clear from Jokas. The fact that you could hear very evidently a Neon being so loud dashing around, right? You know they're in art. Jokas is like, okay, we already have 2 A main watching the spike. A third's not really that necessary. I'm going to go all the way back around and make this split push a possibility for us to win. And again, really good decision making in a very dire moment at times for a team that ended up working out very well. This was so good for Nightshade, and again, after what they had to go through in the last Radiant Academy, through their group stage to now, this has been night or day.
Yeah, I think that kind of like you could see the improvements that they've been able to put in. And I think especially what really stood out to me for Nightshade's side was the fact that they looked so practiced on this particular map, right? They had a strategy available, play B for retake, be aggressive on A and mid, always have like, hold hands with your friends and make sure that you take those peaks together. And I think it really worked out. Like you said, Austin was having an absolutely fantastic game, but in terms of coordination, at least, the Nightshade just looked so much more cleaner today. And I think that was a huge factor in their victory on this particular map. I mean, Asian comp wise, they did a pretty good job of being able to lock down that art. And I think in that post plant as well, right? When Joker's made that wraparound back towards art, you did notice that they had like one of those thorn setups on the spike itself, knowing that Austin was not going to be able to stick half, even if they wanted to, especially with two players towards main. It was just so much time that was bought there. And overall, I think they managed to use the comp to perfection, kind of showcasing what exactly a Vice can do on this map.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Nightshade, but attention is in the details, right? And we've seen how Pearl can be very attention heavy, but what if we go to a map that's even more attention heavy? That's right, we're going to split everybody's favorite map just after this, so don't go anywhere. We have a small break to set it up, and we'll be right back. Well, we were able to get our architects on the scene, and we've taken Pearl from deep under the seas, raised it up, and made it dilapidated. We're going to split as map number 2, and if things continue the way they have, both teams, they've looked okay on their attacking side, but the defense for Rete and Nightshade looked pretty dang good.
Yeah, I feel like if Arete had been able to scrape together a couple more attacking rounds, we would have been able to see a little bit more impact, a bit of a closer map, maybe. But I mean, like you said, Keg, both these teams had banger attacking defensive sides, and if there was ever a map that was made to be defender sided, it was Split. And I feel like this is the map where you see the most fun things going on. You know, teams coming back from 2-10, 9-3. I think there was even a game I casted at some point that had like 111 comeback. Like I don't know how they let that happen, but
I'd
you know,
rage
it
quit.
happens. Uh, I don't
I'd
wanna. I don't wanna think
uninstall.
about it. It happened to me like literally 2 days ago. But our team was 9-3, and of course the 9-3 curse kicking in. RIP. But yeah, the thing you need to remember is that Pearl was Nightshade's pick, so they definitely. It seemed like they had a battle plan going into that one, and I'm hoping that Arete has something similar planned for Split as well, because you know they. I don't have had a very good time on the previous map, but you know if they can kind of like maybe look at some of the immediately fixable mistakes that they were making, and you know if they have any battle strategies at all for this map, I'm gonna be pretty interested to see if they're gonna be continuing with their pick of the deadlock over something that's a little bit more traditional on this map, like Cypher or Killjoy. But
I'd be so surprised if we see a deadlock or maybe not a deadlock. I'd be surprised if we see a Vice going into this. I think the lockdown capabilities that a Cypher can bring in a little bit more linear map like Split, I think is absolutely necessary, and it will save Arete a lot more of a headache in the later game.
for sure, especially I mean, there's like so many little pieces of utility that you can position to such advantage. Like Cypher in particular, you've got like those one ways on that B site. You've got like these trips that are really pesky to deal with. You can even put them to catch like a satcheling raise or a dashing jet or whatever. And there's just so much information you get as well. But you know, you're talking about the lockdown capabilities of the Cypher. I'll tell you, the Killjoy also has a lockdown herself, so it can also be
Wait,
really brutal
literally.
in retaking. Yeah, literally her ultimate. So you can really use that to retake sites, or even you know if you're on the attacking side, it's incredibly useful in being able to push into that both sides, honestly, because you know you just put the lockdown down. There's going to be a couple of patches where you're not going to be able to clear out, and you can just have an Omen ult into those gaps if you're running an Omen. That's another thing I'm going to be curious to see whether teams go for the tried and tested Omen, which most teams like to run on this map mainly because of how much fun things you can do with the help of the Paranoia if you have a Raze who's willing to satchel in towards Heaven or something. So you do see teams kind of opting to lean towards the Astra as well, and especially with Astra again having gotten buffed recently, it might be a nice pick as well.
I do think the Astra found a lot of value on both teams on Pearl, so I think that'll be a continuation. I'm curious to see if the Yoru's gonna make a return. If there's a Cypher being brought out, I could see that being a possibility. But it looks like both teams are just gonna opt to play for stall, and I think that's the safest option. Nightshade, a little spicy here. The Sky pick, not something we've seen too much of in 2024, but honestly, I'm here for it. I'm happy. This is a very 2023 Nightshade comp, and I think the Viper Astra can provide a lot of attacking value.
For sure, especially those lurk walls. And I mean, I think the biggest concern here on Split, especially as the map comes down to mid control and how well you can kind of anchor
Oh,
it down. And oh, never mind. I was hoping we would get the Viper, but I'm even more excited to see it ISO. It's always fun to have double duelists on this map, but no, Evie was just baiting us. Seems like she is gonna probably go with the Viper instead. And I mean, it's gonna be really useful for locking down mid control. You know, you can put a wall for B main as well as towards mid, or for A main and E heaven towards mid. And at the end of the day, I think being able to cycle that wall up consistently gives you like value throughout the game, especially you know if you don't want to commit too many of those Astra stars. But on the other side for the net, I mean, what are they going to be picking here? Because they've got the Cypher, going to be really useful to try and hunker down, you know, whether you want to play on B side, have a couple of cheeky little one ways, try to play off of that, or just have the chirps for information. The question is, how are you going to be really able to control mid here?
my brain would have turned into soup if we didn't see Evie lock in the Viper and instead we got the ISO. Like, how are you gonna stall, right? When you go to the defense with a jet, raise, and ISO, you have to take every fight you can find.
I mean, thing is, yeah, you got the ISO as well as the raise. I think it might be a little bit fun actually if you think about it. Especially with the kind of utility that the ISO has, I feel like it can provide a lot of value in terms of combos. You know, you have a raise, satcheling into heaven, especially if you know a player likes to play up close and personal on that ramp. You can just throw down the vulnerable util.
Oh.
You can just satchel into play, and now you finally have the players able to lock in what they want to do. And it does seem like it's gonna be more of a single controller comp, a bit of a variation as well, with the Satella actually picking up the Vice instead of the Cypher. I'm curious to see how this plays out because I'm sure that it's their map pick. They have a bubble strategy coming in, but theoretically, I don't know if Vice is really an agent that can find a lot of success on this map because of how big it is.
Look, I haven't seen Vice played on Split.
Me
I
too.
I can't say if it's gonna work or not, but it's risky compared to the Cypher. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Austin was debating about locking the Chamber, the Harbor, the Rays, and the Neon now. I don't know what kind of boba they've been drinking, but sure. The Neon Jet Gecko comp, this is disgusting looking from Arete, if they play it right.
Yeah, I mean, you got the dashes, you got the slides, the stuns, you got the. There's just so much utility you can throw at people, and if you can leverage the Vice well as well, you're gonna have those post-plant thorns available as well. So that is gonna be something that could benefit them. But on the opposite side, a little bit more of a meta comp, I would say, coming in. I mean, I think Split is one of those maps where teams throughout the ages, since the game came out, in fact, have been loving to run double duelists, kind of like a throwback to the Paper X comps, I would say. But looking at this, I think the Viper in particular is gonna have to kind of play the role of a pseudo sentinel here. That makes things a little bit more.
I don't even know if this is a meta comp really anymore from
It
Nightshade.
is.
Like, in terms of composition, like in roles, yes. But you're bringing out a Sky, and to be fair, you don't know what the other team is playing yet until now. You have a Sky, you have an Astra, but most importantly, you're bringing out a Viper. There's no real stall if a team like Arete doesn't respect the utility you're bringing out. So when we swap sides, this is going to be extremely scary for Nightshade. They have to make the most out of this attacking side, and they're going to have to play it naturally much slower than the team with a Neon on it.
Already Rami forced out of the mid by that paint show is doing so much chip damage as well, and there's no real way for them to be able to recover that HP. Nightshade, having caused all this commotion towards mid, hoping to have drawn a good deal of rotation over, it's going to fall back a little bit more slowly. It seems like they want to go towards that B site instead, where you still have two players from are they lying in wait. Smokes haven't quite come down yet. Look at where the Viper is, though, already having lurked up into that A side towards Elbow. Might even be able to find that first blood on the Gecko there. And here we go. Eevee on the lurk finds the kill. That's going to be the cue for the rotation to come in. And off the back of that, what a beautiful play. The rest of the attackers, Nightshade, are going to be able to make their way in. Two players inside. Sure, I don't think they have the spike exactly. But aside from that, they're going to be able to take all of that space, clear out the side, and get that spike down. And Eevee in perfect position for such a massive lurk.
A double fake lurk. Unbelievable from Nightshade. This is so... I don't even know the word, dirty.
Disgusting.
From them.
Disgusting, but like in a good way. I mean, Austin tries their best, able to get one kill, but a 3k for the Viper, and just, you know, if you don't want to fight them head on, you've always got the sneaky peeky leg option, and that's exactly what you see Eevee pull through with. Really, really well played by them, and their entire pathing through the round was kind of the linchpin of the win there coming in for Nightshade, right? Just the commotion, the rotations that were forced out of Arete throughout that round, just such chaos.
Yeah, I mean, where to begin with that, right? Because you had the fake Astra Stars down on A site. You had the deep lurk from the Gecko essentially sacrificing themselves for the espionage that Nightshade had brought, right? Then you have everyone from B site rotating around to A. Then you have another fake from Eevee much later on. It was just like clockwork, right? And Abby's making the clocks turn even more so, right? Father Time comes for us all. And top of heaven, Satala's still waiting and lying in wait, right? But with no weaponry at all from Arete, they'll have to dump down completely on B. The problem, though, is that Nightshade's not going to let that happen. They're going to take heaven control before the spike can go down.
And Eevee just taking duels, not even like bothering to get the spike down. It is going to be Abby tucked away into the corner. Does have a Bucky in hand. I feel like they're waiting for a further push here. Jump Peak doing a little bit of chip damage, and Abby doing their best to try and make things work. We've got Nyx as well creeping in on the other side, and the judge is going to be enough to find that final kill. Nightshade convert there. Anti-Eco round without too many casualties. I think they've lost a Bucky. That's about it. Either way, a very successful round, and now this bonus shaping up to be deadly because, you know, on this map especially, all of these so-called lesser weapons in terms of buy, whether it is the judge, whether it is the stinger, can just find such devastating value if you can get in you know, in the correct angles with the amount of choke points, the close range fights that you're tending to take. I feel like if Nyx can, you know, Satchel and successfully find like an opening pick off the back of that judge, it is gonna kind of be like a house of cards falling down, especially with how split apart Arete seems to be playing here. Putting down the wall towards mid. The Sky Util is going to be actually clearing out a lot of space. The wall cuts off this player, but Nyx, I think, going to be very comfortable in vents. I feel like it's more a question of if anybody from Arete pushes her, they're going to have to be worried for their lives, not the other way around.
Look, the big question mark for me is, what is the plan from Arete here on this defense? They have to take fights. They have to play aggressively.
Oh.
And Jen was able to catch Evie off guard. That's opening up A so much more. It gives a big clue about the rotations. Nyx already discovered the Neon Falls. But Jenny stays unknown. And it buys just enough time for this Vice to rotate back over through the smoke. Jen has 1 HP.
Their best. The thing is, I think they might expect Jen to be in this corner. You can already see if they're going to be re-clearing it, and they do with the judge. Oh, with the 8 HP judge just had no chance at that juncture. Nightshade now, numbers advantage. They've taken over site, and there's just so much territory that Arete have to re-clear here. Abby, with that upgraded gun already, able to find that first kill now. A 2v4 scenario. You know, the Marshal tries to find some kind of value here, but unfortunately, it's between Rami as well as Woodwife. There's just not so much that they're able to do. The angles being held here, such discipline coming in from Nightshade at this point, and it's gonna have to be such a methodical push and clear. They don't even check the corner. A little bit of a bait moment there coming in from Apex, but all's well that ends well. It's a bonus round once again coming in for Nightshade here, and we saw this in the previous half as well, previous game as well, Keg, like how once they had the momentum in their favor, they just kind of steamrolled through, and this might be a repeat of exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, one major issue that we didn't really touch upon on Pearl was that Arete, they had the ball rolling, right? The problem is they just couldn't afford to keep it rolling. There would be so many rounds where they get these very close call wins. Well, 3 rounds really, but they just weren't able to sustain their economy to have consistent rifles behind them to make these more individualistic rounds a possibility. Austin's gonna go in.
Oh.
That's a gun gone. And now suddenly, A's a lot more opened up. You've left Jen on an island.
Just a classic it had as well. I mean, yeah, it's the Paper Rex classic. Maybe it'll give you a little bit of a buff here.
Oh.
There you go. That's the first kill. Nyx gets taken down, but when you go for the gun, yeah, there's just a firing squad lying in wait. No matter which side you're on, it's going to be very difficult to try and make things work out. Avix as well. Towards mid, gotta be triggering this wall and falling back. Another thing to worry about here for these defenders. Rami, of course, does have a Guardian. Might be able to possibly find a kill here depending on the timing, but look at this. You've got a player coming in through sewers as well. Timing is going to be very important here for a chance at this retake to kind of work out. The consistent sustain as well coming in from the sky. Abby able to get that first blood already, the second one as well, and now it is all up to this Omen. Marshall in hand, nothing to be found as Abby towards the end goes absolutely ballistic. A triple for her, and I think she didn't even take a bullet damage while taking down those kills. Sure, she was low in the beginning, but the heal coming through from the sky, completely unnecessary. It was just overkill at that point.
Yeah, it was a sacrificial round 2 from Arete. They didn't have the best buys in the world. Austin now on an operator. I think this will be good for Austin. I think this will put them on a leash to an extent to not overheat in the early round and fish for an opening pick. They're going to be playing mid too, where we've seen that late round lurk from the Astra plenty of times that hasn't found much impact overall. Okay, I like this. Showstopper out for Nyx. Full heaven control. No one's there. Everyone on Arete backed up. If they can play full retake here, this might be huge for Arete.
Look at this angle though, already Abby taking the first contact, the off angle, perfect. The paranoia hits, sure, but still gonna be able to hold down this angle. Tries to go in for the repeat, but at least Attila able to find revenge for their fallen comrade. The problem is, once again, the spike is down, the timer is ticking, and they have to get through this post plant that has proven to be so deadly in the past from these defenders. From these attackers. The Skydog as well, gotta spot out these players perfectly, gets the first kill, just ships passing each other in the night, but Nyx has that sixth sense, able to just spam down the Omen there, and once again, another successful round coming in for Nightshade. I mean, if there was ever a time to take a time out of that, it has to be now, or at least the next round, because you need to get as many rounds as you can on this defensive side. but it does tend to be a map that I think still, even with a double duelist comp that you have, it can be difficult to attack into with the sheer amount of space and corners that you have to worry about here. So I don't know. I mean, 5-0, they can win a thrifty round at least. They've got some guns. They've got the Guardian on Rami. They also are just close to a couple of ults here. And now Austin once again looking to go aggressive. The Blade Storm though, the right click. At least Satella is able to get an immediate trade. So making it 1-for-1 so far. But Nyx looking to aggress even further. It takes control of the site completely. And this time around, at least Raidiant are in a better position for the retake. They are at least in an even numbers kind of situation.
That's right now. Post plan available. Nyx, I'm sorry, not Nyx. We see the Vice available with ult. Viper's Pit out. Definitely waiting to contest against this ult. They know for a fact that they won't be able to use their primary very shortly, so condensing the space should be the way to go. Or will it not come out?
Woman TP through. Already the kill comes in. Abex, I mean, yeah, it's Nico, and I don't think they really want to invest it unless they get a couple of kills very quickly, but it's just not happening. I mean, at least Satella is able to find a couple of kills in this round, but yeah, the Viper's Pit was just a final nail in the coffin. Nightshade making sure that they confirm the round off the back of it. I mean, especially when you consider the Viper has had that round out for at least like 2 rounds at this point, you know? And look at this. You still do have the Seekers available for this attacking side. This is a round that Arete has such a good chance to win as well because they've got their full buy. They've got 4 ultimates online here. The 5th only a little bit away. I mean, to be fair, of course, odds are that the Omen ults or the Jet ult aren't going to be super useful comparatively in a buy round. But, I mean, especially that Vice ult like you were talking about could be so pivotal in a retake if they can keep these numbers even.
Nightshader fully expecting the overdrive to come out and Austin to rush down one of these lanes. Not the case. Hiding away, especially playing for the anti-wide swing. And as you mentioned, there's 4 ults available. The Thrash could very well be the same exact threat, and doubling them up could be lethal. And so it's a slow approach now to take this opening fight. Austin, if they go down here, Nightshade will ramp up the tempo exponentially.
I like the way Nightshade are playing this map as well. They're just constantly changing up the pace, you know. They like to go in for these quick, heavy hits and then immediately slow it down, kind of hoping for a mistake to be made. But now they're committing all the way out to the A side. Nyx already finding a kill towards CT, but now on Rami on side, actually making a difference. Takes down 2 of these players, not expecting the 3rd though. And Eevee, once again, the sneaky peeky-like plays working out. 2v3 situation. Abex though on the lurk. Does clear out a lot of space, knows that the rotation has probably materialized already as the smoke comes in, and it's just going to be a default plant coming in for this particular team. Eevee playing towards CT as well, inside her own smoke. So much space that these defenders have to re-clear, but still, they've got the Thrash, they've got the Vice ult. If there ever was a time, it has to be. And Satella seems to have some inkling that there is a lurk coming through here. Timing on this peak gonna be everything. And oh, that was a fight that they needed to win. Now just jetted a 1v2. Still doable. They have the time, but I don't think they want to fight this. They're just like, yeah, all right. I want my gun more than anything else.
4 ults available, not a single one used from Arete. I have to say, even for their map pick, I'm a little confused right now about what the game plan is. Now, granted, again, there's not a lot of info gathering from Arete's side in terms of utility, but Nightshade, they are just taking so much free space away from this defense. You did bring up a few rounds ago that Arete, they do need to gain these defense rounds. I don't disagree with that. But this team composition is entirely relied on winning the attacking side. You have a Neon, you have a Vice, but you need at least a few rounds on the defense here. But it just, to me, it feels like there isn't a game plan. You have the Vice ult for multiple rounds where it could have been unbelievably impactful. The Thrash could have won that last round in a 1v2. Surely we see the ult here.
I mean, Rami again starting off strong, got a couple of kills the last time, looking to go aggressive with the help of the Thrash here. And look at this as well, Austin just walking up here with the Neon ultimate. We saw the impact they had the last time around, and they continue to do exactly that. Another double kill coming in. The crunch play is working out perfectly. A 2v5 situation right now, and look at how far back Eevee is. If she can win out this fight, it's going to be huge, but power of the overdrive, just too much. A flawless round. If there ever was a way to make a statement, it is this. They're saying they might be down in terms of rounds, but they're not out, and I think this kind of coordinated play, catching Nightshade on a trap. It's what we need more of to see from Arete. Really impactful round there with the help of those duelist ults.
Yeah, I'd really like to see that they play much more proactive now. They're holding these choke points, and that was successful back on Pearl, but really right now is that you're allowing Nightshade to gain way too much space. Only 2 flashes available on Nightshade's side, similar to the Yoru from before. You just push up here, you take these choke points and you win out the fights. You could really hurt what Nightshade are able to accomplish getting onto a site itself.
I mean, I think once again you're gonna be seeing a little bit more of a spread out play. I feel like last round it's kind of encouraged Nightshade to slow things down, be a little bit more methodical. They do have the Vice kind of like solo anchoring down this particular site. The flash as well right in their face. And again, Abby able to take so much space. This ultimate though might be the same place. They need to get the kill though. Satella able to find that first one. And now with just a classic in hand, Abby left without a leg to stand on. The rest of the squad completely forced back. Evie though already sneaking up through heaven with their teammate her and Apex. I don't think they know exactly. So there is an inkling though. I mean, the Gecko is waiting. Jen though not expecting this push through from heaven, and I mean, the timing on this rotate could be everything. Just has to be careful. Has to be able to find this kill. Unfortunately, Raimi gotta be the one to strike instead. And the Gecko Flash not gonna be finding anything right now. Again, a 2v5, but positioning has to be everything. Austin gets the first one immediately, runs away to boot, and Arete on track for another round win.
Hey, Apex is good for 1. May very well be good for a second here. Just picks out the perfect fights. No, Rami. Really good job on this defense, I will say. Holding down the line. Been so good about playing anti-entry. Not to mention, too, of course, Satella did bring out their ult for the anti-entry themselves, and they did such a great job severing Nightshade in half. There's a good pivot from the attackers to reposition themselves, those who were on B side, to go back into heaven, and did remain unknown. What was funny is that Rete, I think, came to the right conclusion off of the wrong idea. Knowing full well that heaven was completely uncleared and no one was checking it, they were so afraid someone was in their back line because of that rotation. Ost, though, a great opening pick. Abby's gone. Nick still with the double blast packs, not available. This is what I've wanted to see, the proactivity. Austin's back. That's a 3K to go down. And 1 left, it's Evie. On the lurk. Could gain valuable insight about this Viper's rotations, now that they're the only one left and isolated.
They've been taking a pretty similar pathing, just a constant lurk player to worry about. But with the spike in the hands of Arete, they're just going to congregate around that. It's going to be very difficult for them to break through this defense being set up by Arete right now. But like you said there, Keg, really, really good proactivity coming out these last couple of rounds from Arete. You know, the crunch play in the first round they won, have a chance at another one as well. The operator shot misses, but it's not going to matter for much. Look at this already, so much ship damage being done through the wall. Yeah, exactly. How much can you do? How much can you find? And Paranoia not gonna connect, but the rest of the players, they're in position, and you can already see the Jet looking to possibly go in for the knife. Not gonna be necessary though, as Satella completes the killing with the Vandal towards the end. They're 3-7 right now, and Arete, if they can get the last couple of rounds or even one more on the board, suddenly they find themselves in a pretty good position, because we could see the kind of impact that Austin had on that previous map with the Neon. And I think I might even venture to say that Neon might have a little bit more value on this particular map with the sheer amounts of corners that you can put your stuns around and just slide into.
Yeah, I think Austin's going to find so much. I think the entirety of Arete's comp is going to find a ton of value on this attack. Them securing one more round this half would be icing on the cake. They would hit probably the minimum. Austin, though, discovered. Look at the reaction. Nightshade backs away. Don't want to contest. Allows Evie to push up, and Rami's gone.
Oof.
That's a big loss there, and that could be an op picked up, but no. It's almost bait. Jen was waiting to see if someone would try to get it. The answer is no.
And with the kind of fast, heavy hit that this round seems to be, they just don't want to. The Showstopper as well. All right, a cheeky little TP from the Omen. The problem is there's people behind the Showstopper. So, yeah, unfortunately, you know, you're going to be jumping out of the frying pan right into the fire there. and Arete suddenly left with just 2 players right now already. CT control having been garnered as well. The wingman actually going to be able to knock this player in the corner, and off the back of that, Satella able to find not 1 but 2 kills. Suddenly things looking a little bit more doable here. The 1v1s are being given away once again. Flash gets broken. The Cosmic Divide forced out as well. So that is one good thing at least. And with this Viper Molly, just going to be able to walk into hands of Jokas there. 1-for-1 trade, and Jen left in a 1v3. This round suddenly it looked very viable, but now looks almost impossible. The crossfire impeccable. The kills come through at an 8th round on board for Nightshade.
Last round in the half.
I mean, Nightshade are just so good about disassembling this map. And this isn't even their map pick. This is Arete's. The fact that Nightshade are, again, communicating so well. They're pacing themselves as a team about when to swing, when to take these fights, not to overheat. Something that is very easy to do with a Jet Raze combo. They are taking their time and they're allowing their teammates to make the next moves. Eevee finding the opening pick. Perfect case in point. Austin, yet again. Good to run away here. This could be a big overwhelm against Austin. They have to watch out. Abby. Flash available. Shot doesn't connect. They fake the runaway though. Twice over. Can't work again. Austin has to really leave.
This movement there to come out of Nick's jumping is really juking those shots around. They weren't able to take too much space off the back of it, but they still put down the smoke for a good measure and crossover here, looking to maybe go in through vents towards the site. Rami, of course, waiting for the peek here. The problem is that's the judge, and it is going to be the crunch play coming in towards Heaven. Player in CT, it is just going to have to be the Omen trying to make a difference, but not going to be able to do much. Austin now with the outs might be able to have an absolute field day here. 1, 2, 3. Can they get the 4th? No, Apex is able to find the kill, but suddenly it's a 1v1 in Austin. If this round does convert here for Arete, they might be the difference maker in that one.
A messy, messy round. A plant location I have not seen in such a long time. No chance of bringing out any utility or an ultimate. Apex is all by themselves. Last alive 1v1, 61 HP to their name. Arete has all the advantages.
Just the patience here. Where will they choose to check? I mean, with the plant being where it is, it could be anywhere. The drop down giving away the sound cue, and Satella gets the first peek, the first bullet, and the kill onto Nightshade. A huge round here to culminate in an 8-4 half for Arete. I mean, it's not the best number you could have asked for, but it's certainly better if you think about it when you consider that this was a 7-0 start that Nightshade got off to. Huge round there from Austin at the end, and I mean, that triple kill with the Neo notes, it looked amazing.
Yeah, Austin has been unbelievably consistent in this lobby. So good on the Neon. Arete recognizing now the late lurks that come by from Nightshade on their A-side push was a huge turnaround moment in those last 5 rounds. The fact that they could catch Eevee out, the fact that they could expect big rotations. Arete had their finger on the pulse. Now that we swap sides though, it could reset. They're the ones that need to be in charge. You have a Neon. You have a Jet. You don't have a native Sentinel to stop you in your tracks. All you have is a Viper and an Astra that need to coordinate that utility perfectly to do it.
They've certainly gotten the head start in terms of coordination, but again, Jokas is going to be the one to find that first kill as Rami tries to make a play by dashing into Heaven. Wingman not actually going to be able to get that spike down. The bullet spray is too much for it, and now they're forced to plant in a safer location, which, I mean, to be fair, if you don't have Heaven control anyway, probably not a good idea. Oh, beautiful Molly and the Sky Dog as well to concuss this Omen. The paranoia connects, but it's not going to matter for much as Abby still finds the kill. Now a 3v4, Austin on site finds 1 frag for themselves, but now they still are at a numbers disadvantage, and they have to make this retake work a little bit faster, I would say, at the very least. Here comes the Molly onto the spike. Jokas though looking to defuse it. The smoke as well on top of it. Team playing protect the president here, able to get the kill, but still there is more than enough time to be able to complete the defuse. In fact, they're even going to be able to give it to the Viper to get closer to that Viper spit. And the pistol going in favor of Nightshade suddenly makes the chance of a comeback, or even the possibility, such a more harder task here for Arete.
Just such a good early read from Nightshade, having the Viper already set up and ready, start of round for an onslaught rush from Arete. 3 stacked up on site too. Again, a great read, fully expecting about where Arete should at least be starting this half out on. People move away now. This is the benefit of having Sky still on this map. You can get a lot of long-range stalling information very early. And having a defensive Sky too is super good on this site. Back in ye olden days, you would use her location as anti-lurk. Austin can overwhelm though.
Oh no.
Almost couldn't find the Sky. Now Jokus is gone. That's huge. Flash is not available for a potential retake. Nightshade have to rely on pure, raw smokes and gunfights. It's already been a caravan for Arete to move to B site. Nightshade aren't fully willing to commit to the rotation. No, and Eevee's good for 3 in the round. That has to be B now.
Enemy remaining.
Certainly so. But Jen is completely unknown. It's a 1v3 with nothing but a sheriff. Big case of the GC needs to come out here for Jen to have heroics.
100%. I mean, I feel like, yeah, it is the GCD in action, but I think that Nightshade, again, I don't even know if they want to let this plant come through. Already the Astra Star nade combo taking down the wingman, doing a little bit of chip damage, and Jen just forced to fall back here, try to grab the spike. No utility available either. All of this has to be just sharp shooting coming in, and it's the ace instead for Eevee. Had a couple of chances, but in that 1v1, Eevee more than happy to prove themselves. And again, just the key positions being held there by Eevee that entire round, making sure that mid and Vents was safe. Huge round there coming in, and that's gonna get them even closer to that Viper's Pit. Just 1 away, in fact. I mean, which is absolutely crazy for a 9-point ult. You've basically got your 9-point ult in 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's huge. I'm wondering where Eevee's going to want to end up landing that. Probably inside of mid to shut that down. We did get to see the lurk from Abby late into last round, and they made a pretty big distance all the way to mailroom. And Eevee, of course, with an ace does mean now each team has one from the series. Austin relying on the relay bolt and the flash to get into sight. Dix is high in the skies, but this, again, it is just a war zone.
Big man out look to get that spike down. Paranoia perfect, actually gonna be able to help take down Jokus, and Jen finds Apex as well, who had been lurking on site for so long. Now it is just a 2v4 situation. Spectre in hand for Eevee. Did have the ace in the previous one. Does a lot of chip damage there too. The Gecko, and Abby finds one as well. So suddenly things look much more doable, especially if Eevee can get up close and personal. Perfect flash there coming in from the Vice there, but now Abby with just the sheriff in hand has to be able to find all of these kills. Nothing connects though, and it will be Arete confirming their full buy round. They keep 3 rifles as well into that next one, so that is gonna be good for their economy and really help them to be able to buy back into this one. And if they can win this round against Nightshade's full buy, it's gonna be great.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is really where we need to see Arete shine. Having Austin on the attack, full rush in with the help of Jen's utility. This has to be the reason why they chose into this map. A Pearl split in regulation is brutal to start off the playoffs of this tournament for yourself, but, you know, losing out Pearl, it's a good warm-up. Split is just a little bit smaller, but has the same exact idea. Thrash goes through, finds a lot of information, nobody on B, free entry into site, and Rambi takes a very powerful position. Top of rafters. Oh no, Austin.
I mean, it's
that's
still
not
the
gonna stop the
Bucky.
Neon.
Yeah, it's since the Neon, classic Neon play, looking to do a lot of damage and then fall back, but Abby with this operator just absolutely finding these heads right now. A 3rd kill to come through, and suddenly it is going to be just the Vice left alone. He does have the Vandal to play with, but the problem is the spike is not planted for them, and they are just going to be able to get on the defuse without too much ado. The counter spam more than good to keep things going, and I mean, at this point, the call is to just save this rifle, see what you can do, and Nightshade, they inch 1 step closer, 2 rounds away from now from being able to close the series out and move on in the bracket here. They're really feeling the momentum, and look at this. They've got 2 ults already ready to go. Nick's only a couple away from that showstopper. The Seekers as well, pretty close to loading in here, so a lot to work for. On the other side, I mean, you still do have enough money for a buy here to come out of Arete here, but I think that a lot of the priority for this round has to be on that Neon ult and what Austin can really do with it. I think that we saw the impact it could have on Pearl. We saw the impact it could have in that final round as well of this first half. So I think it's going to be an ult that really has to make the difference here. And here we go already. Neon leading the charge here. Site completely cleared almost. And I don't know if they're going to be going too much further off the back of it. They're happy to just get that spiked out and play that post plans possibly. At least as long as this ult lasts.
Austin's in a good spot now. I was gonna say, keep an eye on Jet here. Abby, having that off could find so much impact early on, but Austin was able to gain A site for free. This is good now. Cloudburst for Abby to gain some distance. Boy Wipe, unfortunately, by themselves. Good trades. Zoman, what can you do here? That blocked off Abby's long distance range, but that won't stop the shorty. There's only 2 left alive now. Nightshade holding the line directly on Spike. Trades go through. 1 left. It's Eevee. Eevee cannot replicate the ace level plays from before. Art stays in.
He talks about it, and I mean, Austin again just being able to create so much pressure towards Heaven with that ultimate. Gets 2 kills as well before being shut down finally. I think just a huge round coming in from them to make that round win possible. And now looking at the eco here for the side of Nightshade, it's kind of on its last legs here. Sure, you're gonna be able to afford rifles, but look at this, 3 of your players don't have the money for shields, and you do have the Blade Storm on Abby luckily, but again, it's gonna be quite a long time before she's gonna have enough money to be able to buy up that operator once again. And I mean, it's kind of fast-paced gameplay. It worked out really well before that previous round for Rete. They're looking to continuing the trend here. Once again, Jokus ready for this Heaven push, even looking for a possible timing in the smoke. But look at this, it's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade as Austin on site finds so much damage. However, it's going to be Satella to find yet another kill, and in this 2v3, the Seekers might be the perfect tool to try and at least detect where these positions are. Once again, there's a push in through vents. You do have the player waiting in to kind of take action here, and the paranoia is impeccable as well. The judge just confirms a kill. 1v2 though for Apex, it's still not over.
Rete's had such good timing this round, but they only have 2 left alive. Apex using these smokes as much as they can to their advantage. Rete, a struggle in the first half, are now 4 rounds away from tying it up on their own map pick. Now, big question is going to be Eevee. Where is this ult going to go? It's been held onto for quite a while. It's going to be a low buy round. Could very well be used here to leverage the odds away from having lesser weapons. But you would have to get the timing right and know where you think Arete is going to push in from. If Eevee starts off the round with the Viper's Pit, they will have guessed wrong and it would have been used for no reason. It's entirely B. This, if it's held onto though, Zach, could be good to use on Raptors for a retake.
Yeah, I think so, but I think the problem is, I mean, in an eco round, you'd have to have like a huge advantage to be able to do that. And once again, we're going to be seeing the amount of control that Arete takes so quickly. It's just not something that Nightshade seemed to be prepared for. Now, here comes the Thrash. Jen looking to at least keep up the pressure here. They don't mind investing these ultimates if they can be sure that they're going to find value off the back of it. Eevee now looking to find a kill. Austin, though, despite the Thrash clearing out all the space, actually gets taken down on the flank as well from Eevee. Suddenly, things look so much more viable. They just have to make their way onto the side. Nyx having the Bucky in the corner, looking to get that kill. Actually succeeds, and now it's going to be a player on the spike. Jokus finds a kill once again, the spike being diffused here, and oh my god, around that Nightshade have no business winning, are still, they're going to be able to get it done here. Wait, yes, no, okay, it got unnecessarily close there, but
got
they're
scary.
gonna get themselves to a match at serious point. Yeah, I was worried for a second there, Keg. It looked like they might not have it.
Yeah. Oh, necessary for Nightshade. They've gotten their 12th now. They had the right read. They knew on a lower buy they could hold corners on A site easier and wait for someone like Austin to overextend and push in and hopefully not clear out their angles. B site though, not a site we've seen Arete attack too often. Very hard for them to defend at times. It's been A site that's been a lot easier. Now with only 1 on B, this should be the Viper's Pit, and it most certainly is. Now we get to see the Neon challenge through it. Oh, but it's just an ult dump all over B. Eevee never stood a chance.
That's such a good way to deal with the Viper's Pit as well. Again, this position could have done so much damage, but Apex prepared for it, actually able to connect a shot here. So now Nightshade might be able to get control of the side. Rami, though, gets a huge kill. And now, once again, we've had these lurks coming in from the Omen throughout this game. Timing gonna be everything. Abby might not be ready for it. Misses the shot, in fact, and there we go. Omen gets that kill. 2v4 situation. They push out. They're able to find a lot of damage on the first one, but unfortunately, it is just gonna be Avix now in a 1v4. All these angles being covered. They know exactly where Zastra is, and they're able to just hunt them down. Another round here for Arete, and I mean, it's only 4 rounds standing between them and overtime kick. This could still very much be a map 3 on the cards here.
Yeah, Zach, you're completely right. And big adjustments from Arete, right? Not only did they get rid of the Viper's Pit, which was big, but they were also able to extend outwards outside of B in the post plan. We had seen Austin take up a lot of that spawn control. No one got to heaven, and there was no flank from Nightshade. That might be an adjustment we have to see into a future B round if there is one. Or back to A. Nightshade have been waiting for this moment. They have the crossfire set up here for Austin specifically. Now the Viper's wall is up. You're cutting off your entries. In this Hydra, the head does not grow back. 3 left alive and the distance makers are gone. 1:30 left in the round, sure. But what are you gonna do? You have to fight through all these chokes and you have no way of driving those crosshairs away from the defenders. They're stacked up on A site. Really, all you could do now is buy time for this Gecko Jen to rotate through mid and hope for the best that nobody's there, and she'd be lucky enough to say, yeah, nobody is. But Nightshade have already begun to rotate over. They're aware that this could be a fake. They don't know that Jen's nearly by herself with the spike.
Oh.
They don't fully commit. They checked a little bit, but not enough. Jen's still residing in heaven and can have the audio about the rotates going back to A.
My wingman's down.
Ooh, the wingman actually gonna go for the plant here, up close and personal. Jen only gonna be able to find one though, and the molly actually stops the plant from coming through. So now you do have Nightshade
One enemy
the position of the spike with that final kill coming in. It's all down to just the Omen, and Evie hears the sound. He knows that this Omen is in heaven. The TP onto side possibly coming in. Abby though already having dashed to the other side confirms the kill, and the thrifty, the icing on the cake here for Nightshade as they take this series 2-0. I mean, to give credit where it's due to their opponents, they were able to fight really hard, especially on that map too. Once again, a case of the first half disadvantage doldrums. They just found it so difficult to jump back into it.
It really felt like whatever major mistakes Nightshade was making back in the last Radiant Academy have been completely fixed. Nightshade looked good and consistent on really all levels that you'd be looking for going into the top 12 of the tournament. They looked great on a big picture scale where they had the right ideas of how to approach attacking and defending rounds, but also on a smaller level, working interpersonally in terms of utility, positioning, operating in fights, no one overheating and taking the hero plays. Nightshade are looking extremely solid, and if they can continue to play like this, Zach, honestly, I think they're a top 3 contender.
Definitely agree with you. I mean, like you said, the improvement is just amazing. And I mean, it's so nice to see so many teams returning for each different iteration of Radiant Academy and to see the kind of improvement and performance that they're having time after time. I think Nightshade is just one of the most recent examples of them. You know, a team who initially falling in that group stage, you know, building themselves up step by step, eventually looking to take that trophy and pass out as the most outstanding graduate for sure. But that said, I mean, for this series, I mean, commiserations to their opponents, but Nightshade, especially on that map 1, just looks so dominant. Map 2, they seem to slow down a little bit, but once they kind of threw caution to the wind and just went for it, going in for those quick executes, I feel like, again, it was a case of their opponents just not being able to keep up. That said, though, I mean, seriously, I think Neo needs a nerf, or at least Austin needs a nerf, because the kind of impact they were having on not just that map 1, but also on Split was just amazing. There were so many rounds where their overdrive just looked so powerful there, and like several multi-frags, you know, the ace clutch on that map 1, 3k on this map 2, the Bucky kills coming in as well. You know, there's just so much to do.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Arete towards the end. I think they finally got their bearings together. Unfortunately, it was just a little too late, I think, into the series for that to happen. They made a lot of big mistakes back on Pearl. They corrected them back on Split. it can be a little nerve-wracking sometimes being on stream, right? Like, I get it. We're on camera. We get nervous too. But one thing I'm not nervous about, though, is entering into the top 8. We've had the top 12. We got our taste of it. Now we go into the full meal. That does mean, though, it's going to take a while for all the top 12 games to finish. So we will be going to a more extended break. But luckily, though, that does give you, me, and everyone here enough time to get yourself some Radiant merch. So why don't you go check out Radiant.store to get yourself some amazing merch and be better than us, because we're Radiant Store merchless. What are we doing? That's okay. I'm going to go correct that in a little bit. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to Radiant Academy 106. It's still me, Zach, joined here by the amazing Keg, and we have a second match coming up for you here. We just saw Series 1 get over with a 2-0 victory coming in, but now we got the second series of the day, the top 8 coming up. You know, it's gonna be YDZ Black versus Thug Crashouts, and I am super excited for this, Keg. But before that, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I stepped into the Radiant.store merch site for a little bit and perused around. Hopefully, maybe you did as well during our little break. But you know, I'm very excited to see both these teams and what they have to offer. I know YDZ, they've been a Radiant Academy regular for a while now. Unfortunately, they didn't have the best performance in the last Academy, and the one before that, they nearly won it out. They were quarterfinalists. Same can't be said for 105 though, so them entering top 8 is their chance for redemption against a relatively newer form team.
Yeah, I mean, for their opponents at least, you know, the Crashouts, they did make it to the playoffs last time around. They were one of those top 8 teams, but they weren't able to advance further, so this is kind of their chance to rewrite the narrative. If they're able to win this series today, they are gonna go even further in Radiant Academy than they did the last time around, which is always a good thing to see, especially, you know, coming out after our previous series where I think both teams had experience prior hand, and you know, it's just a question of how much better you can get after practice. So I mean,
That's true.
also to talk about the Radiant.store as well, remember that every single item that you do get for yourself is not only a very cool piece of swag, it is also something that will directly contribute towards having more tournaments like these. So there is no better way for you to support your favorite teams and players aside from, you know, getting a couple of swag merch and also helping the cause while you're at it. So if you're interested, go check it out at Radiant.store. I believe that is the URL. So I mean, Keg and I were literally spending our break time going through it. There's some pretty fun stuff up there, so I can at least
One
highly
by one.
recommend one by one. We're gonna get a whole collection, like you know, gotta catch them all.
We were rating it out of 10, 10 being the minimum and infinity being the maximum, and so there's some pretty good stuff in there.
Big numbers. We got to some really big numbers.
That's right, and now we're just waiting for YDZ and Thug Crashouts to do their vetoes right now. They should be almost done by now. To be honest with you, I think these vetoes are going to be kind of a mystery. I'm not really sure what to expect from either one of these teams, especially from Thug's end. They realistically could bring anything, really.
I mean, also a little bit of inside info here. Looking at the previous games as well, I mean, the Crashouts, they have had a long day today. I think that they've had 2 overtime games today so far. So yeah, they probably need a little bit of a break. So, you know, you're lucky that you get to hear me and Keg yap a bit more until we figure out what exactly maps we're going to be seeing. And I mean, I think that, at least, I don't know about you, King, but I'm feeling quite refreshed after that previous series. You know, casting Pearl after such a long time, it brings back a spark of joy to my heart, especially considering the fact that we haven't had either Pearl or Split for the longest time, you know, in this year. Yeah, I love Pearl, man. How do you not like Pearl? Like, I love playing it, but the only thing I like more than playing it is casting it. You know, it's wild the kind of comps that people come up with, you know, whether it's the Yoru, the Phoenix, you know, you got people going for the Vice today. It's the map with the most variety, as opposed to, you know, the cookie cutter Ascent comp that has the same, you know, Double Initiator, Jet Duelist, Killjoy Sentinel comp.
Hey, look, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say I was a fan of Ascent either. I mean, look, I like casting Pearl because I don't have to play on the map, man. It is a struggle map for me.
It is the only map where I love playing in Phoenix, and I tell you, I ult every 3 rounds at the very least because I'm an ult farmer and I managed to get massacres 10 out of 10 every time. It's so annoying to be playing against the Phoenix. I think Austin might be better because I definitely don't have the Neon movement yet. But yeah, I pull in Austin in a couple of rounds for sure. I mean, I think Phoenix is just one of the most fun mages to play, especially with the fact that they haven't nerfed his ult yet, thankfully. It's the only thing that makes him playable. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get even better. Free armor? Like, hell yeah. Give me that Phoenix any day of the week, man.
Wow, we're about to enter a Phoenix Neon meta. So you and Austin can team up and make the greatest duo in duelist history.
I feel bad for our opponents.
What?
I would feel bad for our opponents. Trust me, they're gonna have a bad time if that happens. You know, the neon, the Phoenix flashes, the free armor I get.
My poor retinas, dude. I'm not gonna be able to see anything, man. It's gonna be burned out completely.
Power of the sun in my hands.
Yeah, and in my eyes. I'll be like, I don't even know what I'll be able to do. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to cast.
Maybe you could have it like directly projected behind your retina or something, you know, like very futurist technology, but you know, Ready Player-esque. You just plug it into your brain directly. What are you looking for, Keg?
I don't know. You said it
Escape route?
behind me.
Oh
Or
yes,
you
not
projecting here?
your retina's
Maybe.
not the wall behind you, but yes, yeah,
Wait.
you could.
So you're quite literally saying I need the turnaround from the flashes, like in real life.
Yeah, why not?
That's true. You got
And
me
have
there.
like extra powerful flashes just like, you know, pop through the monitor. The stuns that come through the monitor to knock you back. Like there's so imagine if you could use abilities through your screen directly at your opponent.
Oh, good. Yeah, the Rays rocket against me. I'd fly across the house. I'd be in the next neighborhood over.
It's just like like how there's like rocket riding and stuff in other games. You can do the same thing with the Razor, no problem. You just gotta be sure to jump on it in time. And I mean, you know, even if you don't manage to jump on it and get like a free ride over, you still probably aren't gonna die because the Razor is just so undertuned these days. I feel like it misses more than it hits, at least from what I've seen.
That's like trying to play Valorant with a Dance Dance Revolution pad. Like you're trying to physically jump over the Rays rockets. You're getting hit with razor thorns from the Vice ult. You're fighting ghosts when Yoru uses his ult against you. My brain would turn into literal soup. Drinkable, delicious soup if that happened.
I always thought, like, you know, if you could have one agent ability that you could use IRL, Keg, which one would you pick? Like, any agent, but just one ability. It doesn't matter if it's an ultimate or something else. Like, what would you pick?
Oh man, on the spot, huh? I would say probably some of Yoru's tech. It would have to be Yoru ult. I just feel like that'd be so helpful.
Just, like, sneaking
It's-
around.
Yeah, it's pretty much saying the people that are like, oh, my favorite superhero ability is to turn invisible. Like, it's that, you know? Like, when am I gonna use jet knives in real life, right?
I mean, it could be like a super cool assassin or something. You know, people, they think through security, you know, have weapons, and suddenly you're like, "What's this?" And I read too much science fiction.
Then I get super arrested. You would never see me again. I'd be casting out of Guantanamo Bay. No shot. I'm just imagining like a super secret stealth assassin, right? You know, super sneaky. Suddenly they're floating with a bunch of knives. Oh, who could have seen me coming? It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's the Keg Assassin.
Keg Assassin. That's actually a pretty cool name. I mean, even with the Yoru ult, you could be such like a cool, I don't know, like there are so many, maybe this is not the right place to discuss this, but also I feel like there's just so many criminal applications you have with the Yoru ult, you know? Because, you know, you can get through lasers, you can get through, like, you know, all kinds of these security measures that, you know, museums and places put up. You could be like the invisible ghost or something like that.
You know me, I'm the biggest crime breaker there is.
There's so much you could do with it.
They haven't caught
You
me
got me
yet.
thinking. Yeah. In this economy, really? Question mark. But
Well-
either way, I think we do have a note from production saying that we have our map vetoes basically ready. So I'm excited
like,
to
please
see
God,
what do we
make
have
this end.
cooking. Yes, there's
Yes.
only so much we can have speculate about cool abilities to have, but thankfully production has saved us with the map vetoes coming in. And all right off the bat, we're gonna have both Split and Abyss take it out. And I feel like we jinxed ourselves by, you know, talking so much about Ascent and Pearl, because look what we have, Keg, Ascent and Pearl.
Oh lordy, at least Haven and the last one's gonna be very interesting. I am a little sad that Lotus is out of the map pool. I think having
too.
2 3-site maps was really helpful to test out like the IGL abilities for teams. Pearl kind of fills in that spot a teeny tiny bit, just because the rotations and the lanes in mid are so long, and you really have to dictate the teams attacking wise to play perfectly in order to succeed. But Ascent and Pearl, I won't lie, can be kind of rough for one of these teams, and it'll be similar to the first series, right? I think which team can dominate more attacking rounds and really favor playing around each other on a smaller level is probably going to find a 2-0 success here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that, especially regarding Pearl. But I mean, back to Ascent, we were talking about like the comps here and how there's like the standard cookie cutter comp that you most likely tend to see on this particular map. But you know, if you were watching GCC today, there were teams that were kind of varying it up. I think I think Floor was the one playing Yoru on Ascent, of all things. Not something
That
I
sounds
ever
about
expected
right.
to see. Yeah. I mean, to be
The-
fair, you can
the
put Floor on
Floru.
like anything. Yes, the Floru. There's honestly, I feel like I was saying, you could put Floor on like any agent and have her perform at like a really high level. But Since in particular, you've also been seeing some new map compositions coming up for this in terms of agents, and I think a biggest changeover is kind of a switch from the Killjoy over to the Double Sentinel, that Cypher Deadlock comp that Leviathan kind of popularized, and now I see, especially in NA, I feel like a lot of teams love the Cypher Lock comp on this map.
Yeah, I mean, you're just shutting down 2 pivotal lanes. You don't have to worry about split pushes anymore. You have a lot of anti-retake capabilities for getting the spike down in the ground. It just adds up so many more opportunities. Plus, having Deadlock means that if you're not playing for the spike to go down, you're pretty good to just use that Deadlock and take whatever fights you want.
Yeah, definitely. I also feel like it's super useful in that post line setup as well because in the past you always had like a little bit of trouble attacking with how defensive Ascent tends to be, and you would think that with 2 Sentinels it would be even more hard. But the Deadlock is such a sleeper pick, honestly, especially if you combine it with like a Neon or Yoru. You can just throw down one of those grab nets, some of those common spots that players like to vibe in. You can put down your wall for the post plant. You can have like your stuns towards Heaven or something if you're planting on A, or just so much information that you can get off the back of your utility. And when you're running a Cypher as well, you don't have the risk of being flanked because you have not 1 but 2 Sentinels that your opponent has to worry about now, and just so much utility in that post plant really makes it even harder for the teams to just play retake, even with things like a Killjoy ult or something.
Yeah, I mean, going off of that too, having a secondary Sentinel hasn't been really something we've seen too much up until this year with the releases of Deadlock and Vice, right? Deadlock was really popular way back, I want to say early this year with EG on Icebox, right? And a large part of that was that you were able to use your Deadlock as that entry because your rounds were not entirely dependent on having that Deadlock stay alive for the utility. You could use it if you were able to meet certain conditions, right? Otherwise, just use the utility. Doesn't matter though, because we don't have a Deadlock in this matchup, but it certainly applies to Sia bringing out that secondary Sentinel of Vice. It's going to be the same exact thing. You can use Vice to take a lot more fights, similar to Heavener, and then, if we get the site control, regardless of which side they're playing on, then we get to see the Vice util just get dumped all over, and Angel can focus purely on anti-flank.
I think that is going to be a factor here, and just being able to contend with the flank could make such a big difference, I would say. But that said, I mean, looking at this comp here, I'm kind of worried about the value. Okay, we're switching back over to the Sage. Value that a Sage can really bring on this map. I know like some teams like Navi used to like to run it, but honestly, I'm kind of a cynic about this. The Viper is much more interesting. I think there was allowed running that comp for a bit, but I think Sia is just messing with us. It's a pseudo sentinel. It helps, like the Viper especially, just so much lurk to come in. But yeah, Sia decides to stop messing around with us. Finally gonna be locking in that Sage. So on the defenders, white, easy, black, you've got like pretty much the most meta comp ever, just a substitution of the Jet for the Neon, which personally I love because look, man, if there ever was an overtuned duelist in this meta right now, it has to be the Neon. And if you're not able to get your headshot quite quick and accurately, you are going to face a lot of trouble. So I feel like that is a huge pick there coming out of YDZ Black. That said, though, I mean, for Thug Crash Outs, what interests me is the fact that they've got the Sage, and I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to be leveraging it. I think it can be super useful in being able to maybe help defuse a spike, or at least like for a couple of seconds, at least buy some time for rotations to come in. But overall, I feel like it's just not an agent that historically has found much value on this map.
I half agree with that. I think in GC we have seen some really spectacular Sage plays. One person that comes to mind immediately is going to be Avery, right? I know Avery's playing on Little Pups in this tournament, but even last year in Cozy Clash, she was able to find so much value playing Sage on this map, simply because you just weren't expecting it, right? The whole adage of the last 2 years has been the stray away, like the team that strays away more from the traditional default comp, right? The more variables you're adding that a team that probably normally scrims with the usual 5 aren't expecting. So Sage Walls, Grim Walls, whatever you want to call them, would catch a lot of teams off guard, especially on their defense. So I think Sia would play a similar role to the Deadlock or the Vice that we were talking about earlier. It's just gonna reprieve Angel from a little bit more responsibilities and have them focus much more on anti-flank, and Sia can be much more closer up at the front lines to be the stall factor.
I mean, yeah, ideally, like the way that pro teams run the stage as well is more of like a second entry agent. I mean, odds are that your utility, once you use your wall and your heal at least once, you're not gonna have much left to work with. So it's just a body that you can throw at your opposition, maybe make it a little bit expensive, especially push with that jet forward. And I think Heavener and Sia together could pull off a lot of really nice stuff. I think Angel as well. The pick of the Cypher. I personally really like Cypher on this map. I am a Killjoy main, so I feel like especially the value that her ult brings makes it really useful. But in terms of pure defense, there was just so many annoying trips and annoying one-ways that you can put on this particular map. Really good for stalling along with the Sage utility here. And I think that that could provide like a lot of value for this particular team. But I mean, on the defensive side, you've got the double sentinel setup. Sure, it makes sense. But on the attack, right? With just a single initiator, once you use that Sova utility, you're not going to have much else to push with, especially the lack of flashes is what I'm really worried about.
Yeah, lack of flashes is going to be a huge point of opposition for Thug Crash Outs. You do have Angel with the paranoia, but I mean, you know, yeah, sure, that'll help on executes, and that's really it. Rover's going to be a big X factor going into this matchup purely because of those flashes alone. A lot of the times you would see a KO set up top of Garden, excuse me, and then you would have your Jet inside of mid, pushing out with an operator, start of round, with the help of the flash, taking mid control, aim that sniper down into tiles, right where the camera in the middle's at, right? And take an early pick. With Zhao doing the same thing as a Neon, this could be even faster and even deadlier. And that's a big thing Thug has to watch out for.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And I mean, especially the speed of the Neon, especially when you combine it with things like the KO ult, I think that could be a huge factor in just like the kind of aggressive push you're able to put in. Especially, I mean, this comp as well, right? You're used to like the Jet dashing and the Omen TPing it alongside. And of course, you've got so much initiator utility available, the Killjoy mollies for the post plants. I think that White Easy Black just has a lot to work with. And I mean, we've seen the strengths of this comp time and time again. The Neon does provide an interesting variable, but in terms of the execution, it's still going to play pretty similarly. I think that it is going to be a bit more of faster execute coming in than traditional defaults from White Easy just because of the presence of that Neon. And I think that as long as they can figure out like the correct spacing, make sure that the Neon isn't too far ahead, which is I think something that we saw a lot in the previous series. I think that it is going to be a pretty convincing game coming in from them in terms of this meta comp. But here we go already right into the map here, and Zoe taking up so much space early on, clears out all of aiming, so that's a lot of information garnered.
Yeah. And Thug attempting to go for B early on. The singular sentinel, the KJ. Lockdown on the site. Again, a lot of stall potential directly on site. Heavener has full control of B.
Paranoia doesn't connect. That's it though. Still, Heavener just walks in, gets the kill. So that is gonna be first blood found here. Site control taken and the spike gone down here for White Easy Black. Now though, they're gonna have to make their way forward. Shockdart to try and clear out this cubby. Nobody really playing there though. And the 0 points again, I think it's gonna only impact one player. So this retake looking a little bit difficult. Zoe though, able to find the first kill with the help of that elevated angle. Looking for a little bit more now. And along with Alyssa doing so much damage. The recon bolt is low. There's only so much ship damage just Heavener can take, and they're just crunched on. Both players towards backside. Rover on the flank though might be able to find some damage here, but just nothing to be done. Thug Crash Outs, they might have been able to get the spike down, but the retake just beautiful here from White Easy Black.
Yeah, that was such a great retake, and it was so unfortunate that we were talking up this Sage so much, and the fact that their wall was placed down B lane just far deep enough in that Zhao could hop on top of it with the Neon and get a kill from it to the back of Bowhouse was so unfortunate. That is not what you want your Sage wall to do. Directly aiding the enemy and allowed Thug Crash Outs to unfortunately fall pretty early into that retake.
Yeah, especially I think that you were talking about Grim Walls. I mean, you optimally want them on your side of the map.
Grim Reaper walls.
Yeah, that was a Grim Reaper wall, 100%. Very unfortunate there, but you know, I think it's again a problem with the Sage, especially on this B side. There's so many ways you can jump on the wall with the number of switches and other things that are available. So you're gonna have to be very careful about how you do it. I think that is something that Thug Crash Out should be able to fix heading into the upcoming rounds here. But for this one, at least, they don't really have an economy, not much to work with. Recon Bolt gotta spot out a player, and oh no, not the Sova spam. I feel like Ascent is one of those maps where this has been a case since it came out, and it continues to be a really big pest.
We're really lucky that this map isn't raining because all the walls are made of paper mache.
Pretty much.
Look at That alarm bot, though, deep behind the Omen smoke. Anyone that pushes into it will also be fighting for the crossfire as well as the LMG. Luckily, though, the Sova's rotating back over towards A site. Finger on the pulse for YDZ. Rover waiting for that contact. Does have fragment available, but it doesn't connect.
Still got the pop flash though, and off the back of it, I mean, you do have Rover looking to go forward, breaks the recon in time, otherwise that would have been a firing squad through the smoke, goes for the reload, and oh my, that is just bait for
30
Zaytuna to find that final kill. Now it is just Angel left alone, a 1v4 position, no tripwire trigger, it's surrounded on all sides by enemies, it's not even able to like break the alarm bot until now, so it's just a question of what can they really do here. Knows there's a player towards market. Joriko's there's close angle, but yeah, at this range, the Spectre more than enough to confirm that kill. And a very successful anti-eco for YDZ Black. I think they lost one Spectre, but aside from that, they're gonna have a pretty nice bonus.
Yeah, really, you couldn't have asked for a better round from YDZ. You held on to almost all of your guns. You had a great idea about how Thug wanted to take all parts of the round, essentially, from the very beginning. But one thing was revealed. The Ares brought out B main so early on should be almost psychological warfare against Thug crash outs. Telling this Jet, look, you cannot push B anymore. I could always be there. And so now it's a split push on their defense between mid and A site, waiting for Thug to make their next move. Suppressing knife doesn't connect to anyone though, and Alyssa's by herself.
Ooh, takes a little bit of chip, but able to TP away in time, so still gonna be a 5v5 situation, at least for now. Time bot here with the help of that fragment. Actually gonna get a bit of chip damage in return, but already, look, Heavener made their way onto the site here, looking to find a bit of damage, and Angel actually the one to find the first blood. Alyssa finally having been taken down here, and now Rover looking to spam, maybe get a bit of chip damage, but once the star cover fades already, I don't know if they're going to be ready for these two players on Heaven right now. Heaven are in a very exposed position, gets the first kill though, looking for the second, succeeds with the help of Angel. Now it is just going to be two players left versus the Worlds here, and I mean, they're just on their way right now, a little bit delayed. The Ares having broken the door, looking to at least find some spam damage, but the crush outs don't want to lose any guns at this point. They want this to be as successful a buy round as possible, and with the clock having ticked out, it's just a question of how many exits that the crush outs can find.
Yeah. Can they take away enough guns here? The answer seems to be no. Maybe one? No. Not a single body. And there's plenty of time to get away. The crash outs a very convincing first rifle round in their own possession. A lot of that retake wasn't possible from YDZ because Alyssa had fallen first. She was in a good position to help with her team in the crossfire start of round. But the fact though, well, actually she's 5-2, that's incredible, but also the fact that you've lost your smokes right as the retake had begun. You had everyone else left alive for YDZ, but you didn't have a way of really sneaking into sight except for Rover's flashes, but I believe they may have already been used. Back to A we go though. This time though, big adjustment, the Neon right outside A main. Looking to take that initial fight before skating away. Flash from Rover's gonna help so much here too for the swing. Oh. Okay.
I saw that too.
Yeah. Huh. Alright. It gained sentience for a second.
Mystical floating KO flash finally goes off though, and now the 0 points gonna be able to re-clear main, make sure that nobody's there. But look at this.
That's
in
the
the
real
meantime.
reason why they ran away.
The flash scared them. I thought spooky season was over. Isn't it time for Christmas already? Oh, jokes apart though, I mean, look at this already. They've taken up so much space towards short. Rover playing that peak, just gets the information, falls back though. Now you've got another couple of players on site. A beautiful stun, actually gonna keep them alive, and look at this. Heavener forced to kind of fall back, wait for the rest of the team. Rover through the smoke actually finds a kill with the spam here, but look at this. You've got Alyssa in the corner, tucked away, 3 kills for themselves, and such an important position to try and hold on to. The trades are perfect, as well as the peaks off the contact for the side of YDZ Black, and I mean, that's a very convincing defense round if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that was so good from YDZ. Once again, having the right idea about where they think Thug crash outs are going to begin their round, putting that initial pressure underway with minimal utility usage, and then just essentially following Thug as they rotated into mid and holding yet another choke angle. That's what makes attacking rounds so tough on this map. Especially back when we'd have a more default composition for both sides, right? A lot of mirror comps would just be, how do you have the leverage to get past these critical areas of the map. Looks like once again, though, the struggle remains real. Oh! Zoe's one shot. If Angel can just get one spare bullet down, this Neon's gone. They'll force the rotates away from A site, or from B, excuse me.
Angie gonna tuck themselves away into vines, try to see if, you know, maybe if somebody comes in, they can at least catch them. If they get a little bit over eager, the lurk play to come in. But now information garnered by Alyssa doesn't spot anybody towards A main, so that is gonna get more resources towards B and mid. I think this alarm bot has been broken as well. Zoe, the one to take that first contact. 3 players towards mid here. It's just a waiting game right now. They hear the shots coming in though, and I mean, the sliver angle. Said, look at this double push from short. Has to be the shots coming in perfectly, and Zaytuna as well as Sia are able to confirm the kills. Now lead in terms of numbers back in the favor of Dog Crash Shots. And the only thing is, Zoe still on site with 10 HP, still looking to make the damage count here. And I mean, towards Jenny, you have to make your way forward. The timing on the peak is perfect, and my god, does she make that 10 HP
30 seconds left.
do so much work.
2 left alive now. Oh, the timer of the recon bolts. Zaytuna doesn't have one.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my, not the Odin. For a second, I was really worried there, but yeah, see, the presence of mind in that 2v2 to just be able to get the spike plat down, get a res off, use that as bait to reposition and immediately find that trade. I mean, if they hadn't found the trade, that would have been another story, but overall, the crash outs, really nice microplay towards the end there to be able to confirm the round, and with that, they break the economy here for YDZ Black, so they have a chance at really being able to get the momentum back in their favor and win some consecutive rounds here, especially with the kind of ults that they have. They have the Sova ult, they've got the Cypher, that Neural Theft as well available for some additional information, so there's a lot to work with.
Yeah, and having her so close as well to getting that Blade Storm. This could mean an eco round if they can give a orb. Zowie, similar spot, only a Sheriff. Does have the overdrive available. They don't need to buy up. They can just bide their time and wait, and then maybe a collapse off of the Sova ult if possible. But Cross Unity would have to stay alive for that to work.
Dangerous game here. I mean, they're coming through, but they have to get the shot. 110 damage, I think, if I'm not wrong. But that's the death that will get the Neural Theft away, and now they know exactly where these defenders are here. Oh, the Stinger actually doing work, takes down Heavener there, but it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. You need a little bit more of that when you're at such a numbers disadvantage. And now, Rover at least does have a Vandal available for themselves, but they have to be able to find the damage here. Still worried about this lurk possibility, and again, Angel just keeping that pressure up. Finally, the Rover gonna be falling back. The problem is that the door is closed, even if it's broken open. You got a stage wall in the way. Knife actually gonna connect with 2 players, but at this point, I don't think it really matters much. Look at this post plant.
Sage wall lockout. 2 players don't know what's on the other side of that smoke. They're forced to back away. Now that Cypher looming the field has the chance to do the funniest thing, reverse lurk, and maybe take the rest of these YDZ players out. And YDZ, they've been, just like Thug Crash Outs, a regular in the Raidiant Academy. I mean, recently, or a few months ago, they were able to achieve quarterfinals in the Radiant Academy. I believe it was 103. But since then, they've struggled in the late group stage, early playoffs to make any considerable distance. They're playing on a map that everyone has scrimmed to death and beyond. They're struggling so much on this defense, and they really need to find a way to play more proactive, with Zoe needing more help on A main especially.
Yeah, I kind of like this approach from the Crush Outs. They're happy to try and bait out the utility, especially the KO Yusil. I feel like they've done a great job of just being able to draw it out early on into the game. Now, though, you've been talking about Zoe and the kind of impact she could have, the recon, as well as the paranoia to try and get her that space here. But A-main is completely clear. It is a wrap away all the way around through spawn here. I don't know if they're going to be hearing the sound cue for this. Zoe still, though, charging forward, and that might be the sound cue. The ult's gonna run out as well. That is just so unfortunate as they advance onto the side here. Backside, I don't know if the Omen TP really worked out, but B side has been taken, and now you're in a full 5v5 retake. But look at this post plan. You've already got a couple of players on either side. Zoe with a Stinger actually finds a huge kill there under Sova ult as well, almost finding the second kill. Heavener, though, still gets one, but numbers still in favor of YDZ Black.
Much better Sage wall this time around. Can't benefit the Neon from pushing up.
Oh,
you can't TP onto it. Oh no. Zoe was locked in. In a final 1v1 that could have gone terribly wrong. for Thug Crash Outs. The YDZ, they did have that round seemingly in the bag. Full information given from the Neon. Zoe rotating from A main all the way through to attacker spawn into B. Not seeing a single player. Suppressing Knife, aiding out the Sova in a prime spot to use their Hunter's Fury. But the big problem was timing. By the time the Hunter's Fury had gone off, a lot of the YDZ players were still being oppressed by smokes on site and weren't in position to collapse. And the overdrive, brought out by Zoe, was already deactivated without finding any sort of combat. If the timing had just been a little bit tighter from YDZ, they would have broken this tie and won out the round.
Especially with like the kind of chaotic things going on site, the failed Omen TP. I just felt like YEZ Black, like you said, they suffered kind of like lack of coordination that round. A lot of like 1v1s given, and I think the fact that Zaytuna was able to get 3 kills there in quick succession, kind of showing like not only the fact that they were like an absolutely clutch player in that situation, but also the fact that they were able to isolate these fights. It shouldn't have come down to it. A little bit of a whiff as well towards that final kill by the player from YDZ Black. I'm not sure who was the last one alive, but yeah, that Crash Outs, they're happy to confirm the round here. Once again, a sticky economic situation for the side of YDZ Black. You know, you've got a couple of Guardians, sure, you've got some Vandals as well. This is a buy round coming in after a half buy here, so it's going to be important for them to be able to really confirm it, and they are close to a couple ults at the very least, so that could be hugely impactful, especially with the damage that the Sova ult did in the previous round. It's a bit tragic that they weren't able to find the win off the back of it, and I mean, look at this, Thug Crash Outs, they've got a Sova ult of their own now for that post-launch.
Well, this has been farming in the matchup too. 11-6. By far the best scoreline of any player in this lobby. Back to B we go. Thug Crash Outs, they do have Hunter's Fury available here. They might be able to use it to clear out utility and drive defenders off site. Allow Heavener to push in very easily.
Ooh. There we go, though. Here comes that first kill already. Heavener has been really good at taking these first contacts. The Nanostorm's not going to do much because nobody's really approaching that first lane. Everyone's going more towards stairs instead. And already first kill coming in for Angie. Zoe gets taken down. Counter frag is there, but Heavener tucked away into the corner. Finds their timing. Able to get a huge kill. Just another Grim Wall coming in from the stage here. Sia doing their best to make things look difficult, but the problem is that Paranoia is perfect, and still it is the Killjoy anchoring down towards backside. Two victims already fallen down to her. It's the third one as well. Now it's just going to be the Angie left alive, able to take down the Killjoy, but Alyssa there for the immediate refrag, and it is a YDZ Black defensive round. Finally, it's to commence and come in. Incredible job there by Marvel, I would say, especially the fact that they were able to get 3 despite their position being known so early on. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, you would think that Thug Crash Outs would try to do their best to take full backside control as soon as possible.
Need a drop. Thanks.
And it could be a variety of factors too, worrying so much about other defenders coming in or what have you, right? That was the job of Sia. Holding that Sage Wall is to wait out the proper position for that Boathouse player to be removed, but Marvel never had to escape. Remained a superhero, if you will. Back to B we go once again. No backside control this time. LMG available off the hands of this turret finding contact. Expectation is not that people are pushed up so much, but no, maybe so. Directly on the crossfire instead.
Ooh, already though. Oh no, a bit of a whiff there from Heavener. Marvel takes full advantage of it, and now you got Alyssa towards adding in that backup as well. 4 players currently onto the site. Probably not somewhere you really want to contest it. I feel like Thug Crash Outs have gotten that memo. They are going to be falling back right now. They really don't want anything to do with this, and just going to be Sia kind of on the lurk here to try and catch out some rotations. Meanwhile, the remainder of the players here are just going to go far away. The problem is a question of timing, and Sia forced to look away. Unity actually able to find that kill, and you can already see Zoe with the help of that Neon speed able to make their way onto A Heaven. I don't think they'll be expecting them right now. Angie looking to get that spike down. Zoe though still could make contact here and might be able to find the kill. Knows where the plant is, spots the player in main, and the spam not gonna do too much here, but the Crash Outs in a 2v4 gonna be a bit of a difficult post plant.
Banshee can get 1 kill. Sorry, if Angel can get a kill here. Angle, sorry, I guess I can't read my letters today. Can get 1 kill. They could TP out, but never mind. No amount of spelling can help you from that wide swing. Zaytuna is the last one left in a 1v4 swing. And YDZ, they can just keep playing the same game. Go for the retake. Hold down the initial line. Give up the choke. And play for retakes directly on site. Though Crash Outs have been struggling to take these fights.
I think the biggest difference, I think the adaptation that we're seeing from the Crash Outs is the fact that they are able to rotate so fast on in. I think Zoe especially has just been like steamrolling their way across the map, you know, in A 1 second, B the other. You know that meme of like two guys sitting in a car as they cross each other. It's basically like, you know, how are you here already, Zoe? Kind of moment they're coming in for the Crash Outs. But that said, I think this increased reinforcement has been doing wonders for YDZ Black, and that's kind of what they needed to be doing since the beginning. They finally managed to figure out a formula. Now, unfortunately, for the Crash Out, it's not the greatest economy, so it is going to be a pistol round. But then they've got Sheriff's Keg, and I mean, there's nothing that hits harder than a GCD, especially in GC.
That's true. We'll have to see it become a reality, however. A-Site has been a very weird war zone to see in this matchup. Once again, the Hunter's Fury is available. This could be the chance to tie up the game if you do want to expend it now. It's been held on for quite a while. But this is all a distraction, it feels. At least now the alarm bot's been gone away. Angel falls. Zoe's good to get rid of that lurking Cypher. But it doesn't seem like there's a lot of information on Sia's position or the rest of Thug. They have a general idea. It's a matter of waiting for the timing now, but keep in mind, YDZ, they have an ace up their sleeve. It's the lockdown from KJ. They don't have to take these fights.
Spike down.
Alyssa still taking them though. The recon as well, perfect from Cross, able to take care of Heavener, who was spending a while fighting for their life on that particular side. It's just going to be Sia right now. The timing not exactly there for her though, unfortunately. And Marvel will find that final kill. 6-4 right now, and it seems like it's a great regrouping coming in from YDZ Black. They're going to be pretty happy about the fact that they still are able to maintain this lockdown as well. And finally, a timeout that's going to be coming in from the Crash Outs. Momentum, 3 rounds in a row for YDZ Black now. They're definitely feeling it in their favor, and this is a good way to kind of just like negate that, to be sure that you can get another couple of rounds, maybe even get it to a 6-6 half on attack, which means that when you have this double sentinel on defense, you're going to be in so much of a position to do better.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the players on Thug Crash Outs I'm not terribly familiar with. Could be one of the first times that they're on stream, I'm not too sure. Good opportunity now to take this time out, not necessarily for strategicness, but just to calm down, take a breather, understand and assess the situation. But strategically, right? I think Thug Crash Outs have the right ideas. They know what they want to do in terms of approaching both A and B site. I would love to see them take more mid control. We saw the beginning of that with Angel last round, but unfortunately it didn't quite pan too far. It was all Zoe to remove them. Just a matter of now of seeing how Thug Crash Outs probably want to go back to B, since they found more success there. They have a lot of ults to use to do it too. They've been very much holding on to it. But this could be their opportunity to play around with those lurks and those rotates too. If Angel wants to lurk up B for the late round, they could have Angle, not Angel, TP back over to B. I just want to see them play with the map more.
You read it as Angel, I read it as Angie. We all have issues to their reading, and Angle, however, is going to be able to find the kill onto Zoe. I think that they wanted to try to make a play here, get a little bit aggressive, especially when there was no sound being made towards that side of the map, but unfortunately not going to be able to find anything. First blood going in favor of Crash Outs here, and now they're looking to go back, try to take a bit of mid control. Heavener leading the charge here, does have the knives available. Will they check the corner? Yes, they do, and they get the shot as well, but Alyssa quick to counter back with the double, bringing numbers back evenly. Fortunately, the TP though, not exactly the place you want it to go. And that is a huge way to not just get that kill, but also get the res online. Right now, the spike finally gonna go down here on this A side. Door, of course, I think has been broken, so it's just gonna have to be them possibly pushing back in. They're aware of this lockdown possibility as well, so I think Marvel gotta be actually committing it, holding on to it though. The problem is you've got 2 players peeking, and Sia's gonna be good enough to take care of both of them. A triple for the Sage and another round off the back of the timeout from the Crash Outs, and I really like the adaptation. Instead of directly going for those side hits, like you said, Heck, going in through short, taking more of that mid control, taking those fights successfully. And I think, you know, a bit of a minor mistake for Melissa to be able to make that TP happen, but aside from that, just really good padding coming out from the Crash Outs.
Yeah, big props to Sia too. Sia, again, is that player where you're not necessarily just a sentinel, right? You're not beholden to the back lines. You're there to assist Heavener on those entries. And having them out now, taking those fights, getting the trade, resurrecting the entry back into sight again is exactly how you need to play a Sage in this team comp. Great blind that comes out, Heavener still finding the kill, Sia there for the backup. Finally now it seems like Thug Crashouts have found their own to get on the site, and this Sage needs to help clear out backside.
Whew. Marvel has been great at being an anchor player, but this time they came prepared, and Heavener is not taking any prisoners, just goes in, gets the kill. No, none of that nonsense happening this time around. No triple for you, Marvel, and it is gonna be a 5v3 retake. Neural Theft for added insult to injury here. They know exactly where these players are coming in from. The flank as well, gonna be watched off the back of that. Recon not gonna find anything, but the off angle from Sia might be able to actually get the headshot here. Counter Recon comes in, not gonna really find too much information. One player does get tagged out, and Zoe actually able to find that first kill onto Heavener. Trip broken, the second kill coming through. Rover fighting 2 already, and now the Neon ult to boot, like just ramping up the pressure. 5v3 and that retake, they made it look so easy here as YDZ Black. They're gonna be able to end this half with the lead 7-5.
Yeah, 7-5. Very normal for Ascent. Not too surprised there. I think Thug Crashouts, despite not converting this last round, again, their formation looked so good after that timeout. They had Sia and Heavener playing together very close and very well. A great cleanup crew. It's just unfortunate that, again, that these rotating retakes have worked so well for a team like YDZ. But now you go to the defense, and you've got double Sentinels. Thug Crashouts are in a great spot, again, to work on that Sage Jet duality to find so much monstrous impact, and with that Sage Wall, completely shut down the gateway from mid to A site, and just funnel these attackers either completely to mid, or just keep coercing them to play into the Cypher on B.
Well, they're looking to go. Heavener not actually going to take that early contact, despite the one-way going down. It is going to be a bit of a slower play there. And I mean, look at this. It's just a default setup coming out of YDZ Black here. You've already got Killjoy creeping up towards A B lobby, takes the control, but immediately falls back here. I think they heard the Cypher cam or something. So it is going to be just a possible short to A split coming in, especially with A main control almost having been taken. Alyssa looking to take that first contact here off the back of that flash. Nobody going to be really caught peeking. And now 3 players on the sides, the A side, 2 towards B. This lurk from Zoe could find so much value right now because there's no way for them to detect that this is the position that they made their way through.
Tripwire was discovered, front of mid. YDZ now know that they can expect that in the future. 3 stack on A site, the smoke comes down, breaking open B main's gonna be the move. That one tripwire still undiscovered. Angel's waiting for it to be tripped up before they can go for the strike. Oh, but it doesn't activate.
What a beautiful stun as well. Poor Angel, the smoke went out at the worst time, and now it is just Zaytuna in the back of sight. Able to get 2 though, before Alyssa takes that kill, so suddenly things back down to a 3v3. Omen looking quite low as well with the amount of fighting that Alyssa has doing, so a lot of this heavy lifting gonna be falling on the other player's shoulders, and Marvel more than ready to bear that burden. Gets the first kill already. Sia though, only able to get 1 before getting traded out here. It's all up to Angle, has to hit every shot. Be careful of every angle here. Knows that one player is backside, but it's just gonna be them swinging off of each other, playing whack-a-mole at this point. The lucky thing is both players are looking like reasonably low, especially Alyssa. 1 bullet away from their demise, but it doesn't matter. 3k for Marvel and a pistol here for YDZ Black as they look to extend their lead even further.
Marvel just transcends reality when they're in the backside of B. It doesn't matter what side they're on, they just automatically get 3.
Here.
It's crazy. It's like the second time where Marvel on this B side is pulling off something like this, except that, like you said, it's a side swap, so I mean, I'm personally gonna be cheering because the Killjoy players just absolutely popping off as all Killjoy players should. Just I'm no biased at all about Killjoy. I'm totally normal about Killjoy, as you can see. But
yes, KJ my queen.
Iconic.
Oh,
Despite
what did Zoe do? What's up?
No, I was just saying, like, despite the win, I mean, I like that Zoe hasn't really gone in for the full buy here. It is gonna be just that pistol to lead the charge with, but I think that's more okay. They're kind of using Zoe as a scouting drone at this point. But the players with the guns actually ready to come and take the fight and the kill if it doesn't work out. And we're seeing a repeat of the previous side here where they take that Heaven control quite aggressively. It was a gamble stack coming in from YDZ Black, and unfortunately, it doesn't quite pay off.
This is going to be such an odd retake. At this point, Thug Crashouts are purely playing for exits. They have to coordinate this perfectly. A good example of how well they can use their comms. Nothing. B Heaven or A Heaven so far. Oh, goodbye. Yeah, it's just playing for the spike. If they get discovered, they get discovered. Alright, not even gonna risk taking the fights. I think that's a smart play. The less you can do to feed the Neon ult, the better. You don't want to have like a round 3 or round 4 overdrive against you. That would be devastating.
Go, go, go!
Completely relatable there. I think that for the side of Thug Crashouts, it's not a bad outcome at all. You know, you don't get any ultimatums, but you don't lose anything either. You're still gonna have like the same amount of money, irrespective, since your opponent's got the plants anyway. But the thing is, look at this bonus round. You've already got Zoe being able to buy, pick up that Guardian. You got Marvel who switched over to the Ghost instead. So there's just so much extra money available off the back of that Spike plants. And YDZ Black, I mean, if they can somehow convert this round, they are gonna be set for the rest of the game, unless of course Thug Crashouts pull off a miracle. So it is like incredibly pivotal for Thug Crashouts to be able to convert this round here, especially since it is their full buy. I mean, they've got some Spectres, Guardians, Ares on the opposite side. Honestly, of all the weapons, this one probably terrifies me the most, especially considering it's in the hands of a Sova, but a little bit of swap arounds as well. It's going to be the Cypher now on this A side. I like this adaptation. Info garnered as well, but the problem is it just seems to be a little bit of a ploy because the Spike itself is still very uncommitted.
Yeah. Really just scouting out to figure out where both these Sentinels are laying their traps. Big thing to consider too. Not a single piece of utility, nor anybody watching deep mid. This could almost be a trap! What was that? Where did the first one come from? Heavener's incredible.
Beautiful shot there. The Omen TP's onto side, and Alyssa, that's enough for her to be able to find that first kill. The Cyber Cage actually helping them stay alive here, but Heavener from Heaven being the Angel of Death at this point, looking for the ace, and she is gonna get it here. 9-6 right now. A crucial run for Thug Crashouts. We were just talking about it. And they not only win it, they put it inside with an ace, but also keep 4 of their players alive. So money looking good for them. That said though, for YDZ Black, it was their bonus round, so I mean, they probably wish they could have done a little bit more damage, but all things considered, not too bad a performance.
Look, Heavener quite literally has their angels and angles on their side. They just got a miracle play to keep themselves in this server. I've said this before already, you could not have asked for a better round right there. That was perfection. And you were worried about the economy from YDZ Black. That was a complete shutdown. And now Heavener just gave so many advantages to Thug Crashouts. They're still 3 rounds behind. They've already identified where this Neon is, at least early on. Giving up the orb completely is going to allow a much closer overdrive later. Alyssa and this Neon are just looking for an opportunity to push in. Remember, too, these attackers, unlike Thug, when they were on the attack, they have flashes to push in. Never mind!
Spike down A.
Just a 1-for-1 trade. Heavener not allowed to absolutely, go ballistic this time around. And despite still in position towards this A side, it seems like they want to go in, but the Cypher utility, I mean, they have to get through it. YDZ Black, they are waiting for their Killjoy to rejoin them before they try to hit the site with safety in numbers. Angle gotta be watching the short angle. Nobody really contesting that side, and it seems like YDZ Black Thug Crashouts have an inkling that it's likely to be an A hit. They're also forced back to kind of watch mid instead, both of these players, but now it's gonna be the shock darts and the paranoia to try and push in with Angel already being able to find a kill. Gets a second as well to Zoe, absolutely huge, and Alyssa gets 1, but that's gonna be it. The contact play, the swing from Angle, perfectly timed, and Thug Crashouts, they win another crucial round, narrowing the gap to 2.
A-side just seems to be the bane of YDZ's existence. They've tried different pacings and different ways of approaching the site, and nothing's worked. I'm expecting this round to be mid to B. I think going directly B main would be just a little too obvious. There's no LMG set up by the Sova, so we're not going to see that. You don't know that if you're YDZ. That recon bolt comes down, you might be expecting the worst. Let's see what you can do here. Split push once again. And this looks like the expectation of playing, yeah, mid to market or mid to garden. The crash outs are expecting both.
Ooh, beautiful shot though from Zoe. That Guardian just absolutely taking down that Omen, and that's just a crucial kill as well. No more smokes available for the retake. Having her jiggling the angle actually gets caught out there. That's 2 kills found towards short, forcing this rotation over, but the plan does seem to be to go for a B split here. Alyssa already having taken up all of the space towards market, just gonna be lying in wait now. Zoe still with the Guardian, might be able to take this fight, hit the shot, but yeah, it's Zaytuna who gives away that position. And no chance for Wallbang either to come in cheekily. It seems like they have an idea that this rotation is coming in towards B, and Zaytuna already has rotated over.
This is good. 3 defenders left too. You don't have to worry about the post plans too much. Zoe, at this point, you can take a much more aggressive fight. You want to get that ult.
Gotta go.
I mean, I like that. A little bit of chip damage done, falling back to safety, trying to maybe hold on with these crossfires. And I also like the position being held here by Rover, ready for that silver dart to make sure nobody gets wallbanged. But Sia finds that first kill, not expecting the second player there though. And that's a huge trade coming in from Marvel.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, trade. 1v3. Fortunately, not long for this world. Alyssa, once again, at one point just a few rounds ago, accounted for the entire third of the team's kills. I think still does. Yeah? Maybe a little bit more than
closer
a
to
third.
half, yeah. It's closer to half.
I'm sure there's a mathologist in chat that can confirm for us, but we have what? 22 plus 14 plus 25.
36, 25, yeah.
Good lord. This is just Alyssa's map. And we talked about having her being the
40%.
demon.
I mean, yeah, I think demonic is the right word at this point for the kind of performance that Alyssa has been having. Just incredibly consistent and not just being able to find on that defensive side, finding those multi-frags, but also here in terms of trades, I think Alyssa has been really pivotal in making sure that when YDZ Black have a numbers advantage, they're able to keep it up here. Now, once again, it is going to be Zoe trying to find some value, a bit more of a passive positions that are being killed here by the side of the crash outs. One player actually gets attacked by the Sova drone, but I mean, they've still got to worry about this killjoy util, which is probably why that shock dart was interesting.
We haven't seen a lot of direct
There.
attacks from YDZ on B site yet. This is
The
a good
lockdown.
call though. You have the Cypher directly planted on A site, but look at mid.
You should run.
Heavener, up and play. Lockdown used instead. This should promote a rotation for the Jet to go marketplace, like now, immediately. Oh, but the smoke's down already. You can't watch over this lockdown.
Go, go.
Ooh, see, actually with the spam able to get the first kill, so Rover gets shut down there. A lot of chip damage being done to Alyssa as well. Like, gotta be able to get put down. Angel though finds another kill. And now it's a
30
stun to
seconds
try and
left.
at least buy some amount of time here for these attackers. That said, the fight's being taken. It's just one after one. It's just Zoe left right now, able to get the spike plant at least, gets a kill for their troubles, denying the flawless. But overall, the crash shots, they were just so disciplined. They knew the spike hadn't gone down. They knew that YDZ Black would probably try to make a play to get up, make up for the numbers disadvantage, and timing was just perfectly on their side.
Yeah, it was really a big debate, I think, within Thug Crash Outs to see whether or not that KJ would go through and execute with the lockdown. And when you have the lockdown more often than not on the attack, you're going to go for a B hit directly. But it was, I guess, the question of whether or not that it would be a fake or not, and we'd see a team rotate from B all the way through mid to A. Not the case. Nope. Instead, like you mentioned, great patience from Thug Crash Outs. Attack timeout called, though. YDZ only ahead by 2 rounds. They cannot let this lead squander away. Thug Crash Outs have looked stronger and stronger every single defense round they've played. They've continued to have a lot of solo hero plays. Heavener with an ace 2 a few rounds earlier. And they just continue to formulate these plans and have these counter plays against YDZ that they've struggled to put up against. There is overdrive, Zach. This could be good for a fast entry. I don't think this should go to B, though. I feel like overdrive direct hit A might find more success.
Honestly, I think that depends on where the Cypher is playing, and I think that the Cypher, like Angel, has been doing a really good job of like varying their setups. You know, whether they're setting up on B site itself or towards A main or just like these info trips, and now they are going to be positioned towards this A site. So I think it might be a little bit more difficult for them to hit. Heavener has the operator. We haven't really seen that having too much of an impact because of where people are playing. Oh, but that was such a beautiful recon as well as push to come through. It's just gonna be Zoe hunting down for these kills. The problem is there's too many players on this side of the map, and okay, I don't think they're gonna be expecting this inside the smoke. The paranoia connects as well, so it is just gonna be Zoe heading all over the map, looking for these kills, looking to do the damage here, and it is gonna buy enough space for it to happen, but unfortunately the ult once again runs out before it can find the kill, and Angel happy from that one. They are gonna be able to get the plants, but the counter spam by Sia, beautifully done there. 5 that kill, 3v5. So KO might be the saving grace. Alyssa able to find the first kill, but it is Alyssa and Rover making it count right now. A 2v2 situation. No way to be able to get the player back up unless, of course, they find these kills. It is just a 1-2 Marvel. They know their position as well, and it is gonna be the kill to come through. The crash out's a great, albeit chaotic round for the retake, but it was out at the end.
What was that neon, man?
Chaotic.
I like the. I haven't seen that before. You use the neon ult as a distraction. You found a ton of valuable info off of it. You dried the neon completely through mid. Of course, Heavener's pressured away, but then you just do not care who's in defender spawn. You bring up your wall. You go in the garden. The pathing there is ridiculous. It was like a herding dog and a bunch of sheep.
I'm just picturing a bunch of, I forgot what the breed is called. Irish Wolfhounds? No, Border Collies, yes. I'm just picturing a bunch of Border Collies running around now trying to, like, herd some really, really fluffy sheep, except those sheep are shaped like Omen and, I don't know, what other agents.
The sheep
like, think about it.
Fight.
Safety in numbers! No, but also, I don't know what that counter spam from Sia was, but that was just crazy. It was like an immediate headshot, you know? They took so much damage from the spam, and now they just end up shutting it down. Bit of change of pace coming out of YDZ Black here. Ooh, a lot of damage being done, but luckily there's a Sage on this team, so no lasting damage.
Yeah, I like the positions Thug are holding too. They're still looking to play into these choke points. Heavener's gonna be good for 1 kill here and then run away. But no, shut down by the suppression. They can't dash out.
Ooh. Tripwire actually gonna catch a player, but unfortunately no way to capitalize on the back of the kill trips. Angle now looking to make a play here. Just Fury to deny the plant. The paranoia comes through, but look at this position they're holding. It's so close and personal. Alyssa already there for that first contact, gets the kill, but immediate refrag to come through, and the spike still hasn't gone down here. Oh, the recon gets both of these players as well, so they're gonna have to try and take the fight here. 1-for-1 trade, but the resurrection comes through on short, and now it's just between Zoe and Rover to make things work out here. A 2v3 situation, time ticking out here, and they have to stop the spike from going down. Finally, Rover able to push it down here, but 2 of these players looking so low. Sia finds that first kill. 1 by 1.
Remaining.
1 versus 1 trade. They know exactly where is, and Heaven are able to finish the job here. A very dicey round once again. It came down to right down to the wire there, but Heavener with 20 HP, all that stands between them, even able to retrieve the op, gets the round and ties things up neatly at 10-10.
And that was after the TAC timeout too, that 3 defuses in a row have gone to Thug crash outside. Why does he have not found an answer to this attacking side once we'd seen these defenders get full weapons? It's been a shutdown ever since. Really the only round that worked well was just utter chaos for YDZ on B side, and that's it. They haven't found a proper answer yet. This Neon not finding nearly the same successes we had seen in the last series. Now, a lot of it has been maybe map dependent, maybe adhering to where this Cypher could be playing. But Heavener doesn't care. They're just going to look for this opening pick and try to dash out yet again. Good paranoia. Heavener. Oh, Heavener. Beautiful Heavener. Make that 3. Make that 3, Heavener. No, almost 3. Cypher with the op. 3 for Heavener. And suddenly now it's only 1 left. Directly on the entry. A has not worked once. Marvel's the last one left. A single sheriff. 4 for Heavener.
not a single bullet of damage taken either. Just precise shooting all the way from heaven to a gate. I mean, Thug Crash Outs, that's such a huge round to win. You're finally going to be able to take the lead in the series after the side switch here. And I mean, for YDZ Black, this is kind of their last chance here to keep the game from running away from them. They've got a 5, they've got these crucial ults, including the 100 for that post plant. And I mean, I think that they've been pretty successful in adapting themselves to get onto site. The problem is just the fact that Thug Crash Outs are so quick on these split retakes. They just don't have a way to get themselves in position to deny that post plant, or to rather make that post plant work out here. And it's made life very, very rough for them. Now, before the one-way goes down, you do see the peak attempt coming out of Heavener there. Not gonna really take the bait for this ult swarm, and instead, it's just going to be a bit more of a passive hold after that initial info play. I mean, you said it, Kek. A hasn't worked out, so seems like a good idea to try and test other parts of the map quite easily.
We have all the ults in the world to take B site. Cypher, though, this is sneaky. They've recognized now that YDZ have null command. By having the Cypher not play on B, that means that the ult goes off, the Cypher trips will still be active. They will not be shut down. 4 stacked up on A, just waiting for this ult to go off so they can take the fight directly. It's not going to come. Instead of Thug Crash Outs, they go for plan B. That's the full retake on B site. This is exactly what Thug want YDZ to do.
Ooh. Beautiful
Oh,
recall.
Cypher.
Oh,
Oh,
the
no.
spam. The counter spam, the Zoe saving their teammate, keeping them alive, but Sia still making them bleed for it. Sia has been so incredible in terms of fighting these trades. Heaven are shut down as well by Marvel. Numbers now in favor of YDZ Black. The thing is that Thug have been very good at coming back from these kind of positions. That said, I mean, the smoke goes down, the Neural Theft comes in. It's going to be Alyssa forced back here, looking to play a little bit more passive and safely. Undersphere to try and keep these players from coming in, but oh my god, Unity caught in the open. Angel finds that kill here. 3v3 situation, the counter spam not really working out here. It is just going to be Sia trying to take the fight. Trade comes in from Angle. It is going to be Angie and Angle versus the world. It's just going to be Marvel in the back. They know exactly where they are, but Angle has to be able to get the kill. The clock ticking down as well. It's just gonna be ring around the Rosie around this wall. It doesn't matter though. Angle goes huge, and it is gonna be match point here on this first map for Thug Crash Outs. Again, another round where YDZ Black, they get the advantage in the post plant, but the retake, man, it's just so incredible.
I'm just sad that the Cypher rotated directly into the KO ult. That was the entire point of the play from Thug. But I'm glad it still worked out for them. I'm glad. YDZ, though, they gotta figure out how to win these gunfights. I hate to boil it down like that, but they have a lot of these advantages in the big picture play. The utility's in their favor at times, and yet they walk into bullets. They get caught out of positions.
I don't know, man. There's like so many, like these rounds have been so chaotic. Don't get me wrong. I don't think you can really say it's because of one thing or the other, but also,
It's a
I mean, when
mismatch of things.
yes, exactly. It's so many different factors, but at the end of the day, right, there's just these incredible plays coming out from individuals, like from Thug Crash Outs, like whether it's getting them being able to get come back from these asymmetrical situations where it's like a 2v4 or a 3v4, and I mean, just the fact that they're so consistently able to trade themselves out. Well, YDZ Blacks have struggled to do that same, even when they have a numbers advantage. It's just been an uphill struggle this entire half for YDZ Black, I feel, even though they started with a bit of an advantage. It was like 9-5 at some point, and now they're to a 10-12. Timeout hopefully has given them a strategy to kind of like figure out a way to overcome this disadvantage. They are going to have a buy too, which is something they can be grateful for. They have a lockdown as well. No real counter to it with Zaytuna having used that Hunter's Fury, so definitely a chance still here. They only need 2 rounds, and after that, the counter resets. It's OT.
Oh, Zach, look at this. It's the fake lockdown. I was wondering if Thug could go for psychological warfare and just wait this lockdown out. They see it's available. Last time it was used, it was a direct shot from YDZ on the site. Oh, I like this play.
You should run.
As long as YDZ don't reveal themselves until it's too late. Oh, Heavener's not going to move, though. They have a suspicion in mind that this could be fake. Oh, the timing! Heavener!
It's so painful. Still, though.
Oh!
The outlook connects 10 HP on Zoe, and Zoe gonna be able to just dash in and get that plant down. Beautiful tripwire though, looking to get the spam kill. Unfortunately, Angle not able to make it happen still though. It is gonna be a 4v5 here. The recon misses, so the spam is gonna do the job here. Unfortunate, especially with Zoe on 10 HP as it is. The Sova join us. We're getting so much information with Unity, that late lurk peeking in and taking down Angle. It might be the difference maker in this particular round. 3v4 situation. Make that a 2v4, 2v3. It's all down to just the stage. Sia has been so incredible before. Gets the first kill. 1 or 2 away from the res. The reflank on Heaven as well. It's gonna be there, but yeah, it's a little bit too low in terms of HP to really tank one shot of that fragment. Close round, a little bit dicey there, but again, Keg, the timing, oh my god, I feel like if Heavener goes back and watches that clip, they're probably gonna be like, ouch.
Yeah, I mean, if Heavener had gotten that off shot, this would have been over. This map would be over. We're just wild what the circumstances can come down to sometimes. The lockdown was used as a fake. I'm so glad YDZ had done it. And they're gonna go for the fake neon play once again. This time Thug is fully expecting the fake.
I feel like that is something that they have consistently worried about, but again, this change of pace that's coming up from YDZ, you said it, they haven't really invested too much time in trying to take care of mid before. Again, the same pathing coming in from the neon, and this time around, Angel actually there to try and take care of it. It's only gonna be one casualty, that at least Zoe able to find the kill this time around, and that's gonna be the game kill in a way that A side is where this push is coming in right now. They storm already 2 knives down, no kill found yet, so they are gonna have to get a reset pretty soon. Plant goes down as well for YDZ Black. I think the thing is that they can pretty easily get a res. I think that the Sage is only 1 away from it, so if Sia can get a kill, that's gonna be a res that's immediately available, bringing the numbers back in favor. Rover under Heaven as well has the cyber case to try and play off of here. Their position not quite known. They have the post plant as well, so this could very, very well go to OT, especially if they're not careful. But Heavener manages to find that first kill. Taps the spike. Sia gets the kill as well. Now the resurrection available. It seems like this might be over here. It's just gonna be the Omen standing between everything, and it's not gonna happen. Alyssa probably an incredible fragging game so far, but the crash outs, man, they make that comeback look easy right now. The rest insult to injury at this point, but 13-11 Ascent is going to be going in favor of the crash outs.
Look, reads are everything when it comes to Ascent, and I think the crash outs play that magnificently on their defense. They didn't end their attacking side in the best situations in the world, but the fact that they had a read, a proper one, every single round against YDZ, they were able to read this attacking team like a book. Whether it be the ultimates, whether it be recognizing the strats that the attackers had brought out already before, utilizing it again, and knowing the proper counter for it is exactly what you need to be a Valiant Victorian at the Radiant Academy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a lot of improvement for sure, like you said, over the last couple of times they've been playing. But also, I mean, especially in that second half, right? You talked about the reads. It's also the fact that they seem so in control of the pacing for them to get onto site. I think the first initial few runs, they really struggled to make that happen. But afterwards, especially, you know, they were able to get 3 rounds in a row where they consecutively got that diffuse just off the back of these flood retakes. And I think once they cracked that formula, it seemed like their opponents just couldn't really come up with an answer in time. Overall, I think YDZ Black, they had a pretty good start, especially in that second half. They got themselves to 9-5, but after that, they really struggled to keep that pace going. And overall, I think the adaptations were just better coming in from their opponents.
Yeah, I completely agree. And look, we might be able to go into a palindrome map veto for today. We went Pearl, Split, and now we could well, maybe it wouldn't be a palindrome, but we could have the same ending and beginnings, right? Pearl in the ending, Pearl in the beginning, but that's only if we get 2 2-0s for today. We still have potentially one more map after this, and we'll have to wait and see if we do ever have the appearance of map number 3. But we gotta set up Pearl, we gotta go deep under the seas, so don't go anywhere. Check out Radiant.store while we go on our small break.
Welcome back, everyone, to Radiant Academy. It is still Isaac, joined by the amazing Keg, and we are going to be taking you to map 2 of Series 2 for today in our top 8. We just saw Ascent get over a blistering map from start to finish, neck and neck until the end, but 13 to 11, it is going to be them finding the victory out on top. But Keg, you know, you were talking about map 2 before we went into this particular one. Pearl coming up here. We already saw it once today. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's Pearl. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be interesting to see how Pearl reigns out. I mean, we saw a Neon in the previous series on Pearl, and it found some success, but it wasn't a game-winning maneuver whatsoever. So I would like to see the Neon return back onto this map again. One big thing to consider from the last Series 2 against the Neon was that the stall capabilities weren't necessarily there for either team. We were working with, I believe, just Vices, we had Vipers between both maps that didn't allow the Neon to be stopped really at much capacity. I think this set of teams have done a better job hindering the Neon back. I think Sia and Cypher were great on Ascent, stalling and making sure that we couldn't see the maximum capabilities of what a Neon could bring out. But Zach, if we do get to see that Neon come back out here again, I'm expecting a Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like you said, the Cypher Angel, not Angle, Angel did a great job.
There was an Angel
of,
and an Angle in there.
Yeah, I'm always worrying about, like, am I gonna, like, misspeak and say the wrong one? But yes, Angel, the Cypher, did a great job of being able to really slow down on that defensive side, like, their opponent's pushes. And I think that was a major factor, like you said, in stopping that Neon, especially when you combine it, you know, with the kind of spam available. But Zoe's still, you know, going in for that Neon. I personally like it. I feel like the kind of padding that she was taking in some of these rounds was just incredible in terms of the impact that they were having. But you're gonna be seeing the KJ and the Astra coming through, single controller, double initiator, pretty much the same comp that they were running on Ascent, with the exception of you know, that Omen being switched over to the Astra. I mean, bigger map, more universal util, makes sense to me. On the opposite side, though, I mean, you've got two out of 3 that's still the same. Heavener, of course, just sticking to their tried and tested Jet. Zaytuna, though, on that Phoenix. Now that's what I'm cheering for personally here.
Ooh, okay. All right. So Alyssa ended off Ascent, I believe, with 29 kills. I think her on Astra now might be able to have her break 30, just because she'll be less beholden to one site. She'll be able to lurk wherever she wants, and she was so good at angling people off guard that who's to say she can't continue it here?
I definitely agree. I think Alyssa had like a lot of impact in terms of not just the raw frags, but also the kind of frags that she was getting throughout that map. And I mean, on Astra, you also have that additional post-bound utility available as well, especially with YDZ starting out on the attack here. I mean, you've got the Sova, Shock Darts, util, you got the Fragment. I think Rover also found like a couple of kills off the back of those fragments. So a lot of utility available here on this attacking side, really to set up Zoe for being able to find those opening kills. And without crash outs, this comp that they have running on the defense, I think they're gonna have to be very proactive about how they want to play. I think a priority will also be like being able to farm up that ult sword consistently for Zaytuna, to be able to be sure that that Phoenix ult is consistently, you know, being pushed into play here. So excited to see how this double duelist comp really works out, because usually, you know, the Jet isn't the duelist that you see the most on this map along with the Rays. It's usually like a toss-up between even the Neon, but the Phoenix and the Yoru mainly. So I'm excited to see how it's going to fit in this comp alongside the Phoenix.
I mean, outside of A site, you really don't need to gain a lot of space on this map on the attacking side. Upping on this map too is really limited to either backside A or, you'll never believe this, backside B. It's just not a lot of capabilities of bringing it out, but what you can be capable of is having your Neon push in immediately and not have the trades against them. Oh, never mind, that's a late one, but it's still there. Angel and Zay are farming up A main early on. They have the spike control in their hands. Angle on the other side now, holding down the line for Art. These Marvel to be the last one left alive. Now, Zach, here's a big fear of mine, right? Marvel will turn into a superhero, backside boathouse B Ascent.
Oh,
that doesn't exist on this map.
Yeah, no you know, when your back is to the wall is when you shoot the most hardest, the hardest, at least it seemed for Marvel there. But yeah, just ships crossing each other in the night. Zaytuna coming out on top, just spamming through the smoke in the end. Already, like, 1/3 of the way there to the Phoenix ult, and now a very, very substantial full buy coming in for this team. They got an Outlaw, Vandal, and 2 Bulldogs, so the more that they can carry into the upcoming round, the better it's going to be for them economically. I think that if Zaytuna can continue to farm these kills and the orbs as well, especially in these eco rounds, it's going to make that bonus. If they can get that Phoenix ult online, the run it back for this upcoming round, it's going to make such a huge impact here. Zoe already getting that information with the jump peak. 3 people flash into oblivion. The problem is that there's just such a big gun diff right now. Zaytuna now isolated here, looking to do the damage with the Guardian, and now has that heal available as well. The support from the team absolutely perfect in keeping them alive, but still, that's 1 player down already, and I believe that's the one with the Outlaw.
I believe so too. Why does he have scattered all over B side of the map, or at least towards B? Not even hitting the Sentinel util yet. This is the first time they've approached B, and the spike is, well, not down just yet, but the orb has not been picked up. Not a single player of YDZ was opting to go for it up until now. Looking to farm up that lockdown. Sia's in the backside. Lonesome by themselves. Good for one at the very least. Make that 2 a 3rd!
Oh my god.
For Sia!
That's filthy.
Maybe just swipe those biometrics.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Pistol versus pistol, and you know, Sia just makes it look like aim labs. Like, excuse me, that should not be allowed, but that's a great round coming in for the crash shots, right? They keep 3 guns. Sia might even be able to force up an additional, I don't know, Stinger or Spectre or like Marshall here if necessary with the team, and they still have the Sandal in play. Havener is still gonna be able to hold on to it.
I mean, we're gonna keep seeing this A main fight too. That's the win condition for Thug. Unless you're Sia and you could just have B side B your entire domain. You want to keep fighting for this orb, though. Neon's gonna want it. Zaytunas can easily farm up, like you mentioned, off of it and off of these kills. That at the end of this round, we will be seeing Phoenix's ult possibly into the another flash like that. Into the next.
Sorry, I was also distracted by the flash, but definitely agree. Phoenix ult now only 1 away from materializing, and already first blood going in favor of the crash outs here. Remember, this is the full buy round for YDZ. The crash outs winning this round would be a nice bonus, quite literally, but not a necessity. And on the opposite side, it's kind of a must right now. Rover watching for this flank, aware of the possibility. It depends on the timing here on this peak. Gets spotted out, takes a lot of chip damage, protects both players, and now the hunt is on here. Havener along with the Phoenix looking to go and find the damage, but instead just opting to fall back. They've created the pressure, they made the impression, and Rover, having regrouped with their teammates, is looking to at least stay alive and maybe make their limited HP count for something else. The spike itself is headed towards this B site. Already look who's here. Spam through the smoke with the ghost. That is illegal. No way it should do that much.
Oh, it's a mini collapse on the B. Angle has been good for at least 1, but it's a Christmas tree feed. 5 HP left for Cross Unity. It is a mad dash back over to A site. Thug crash outs have YDZ beat 2-1. 12 seconds left. No information about which defenders could be on A site, if any, for the spike to go down. A gigantic flank in the process, too. Thug can take their time and wait, but they opt not to. They're going to take the spike directly to him. Phoenix already good for the ult and Cross Unity. In a split frame second. Got a double kill. But again, that 2-1 ratio would allow Thug crash outs to still safely get this defuse. Wait, the KJ's going to grab it, right? Where does that put Sia? They got an amazing 4K second round. They might have lockdown into the next.
I don't know about next. Unfortunately, it's now a 9-point ult. It's so painful. When I remember when this ult used to be 7 and not 8 and not 9. But see, a couple more rounds, I think they'll be there. Unless, of course, they go absolutely ballistic next round and get it. It's a possibility. I mean, especially after that anti-eco that we just saw coming out of them. But yeah, Zaytuna has this Phoenix ult here that could be pivotal. On the opposite side, I mean, unfortunately, they don't have anything to work with in terms of like offense. Having that overdrive here would be super good. But yeah, Zoe quite a ways from it still. They do have the Hunter's Fury almost online though, so that could be an ult that could be a win condition. But I doubt we're gonna be seeing it again. The aggression being maintained here. Look at this.
This was such a good read for a second from Zaytuna, knowing full well that YDZ, they have to approach mid more, right? But they got rid of A main control. I thought for sure YDZ would follow up and keep going for A main. would have had free orb and the choke in their control. But instead, Phoenix ult was brought out and found a valuable amount of information. Now Thug, they can just hide away and play for the crossfires deep into art, knowing by then the spike should be committed. Churt's watching B main too. That's going to give all the information these defenders need.
Also forcing Sia to be aware of not just one but two angles right now. Gonna be forced to reposition towards heaven. You have the Killjoy utility still on that B side, ready to get triggered as well. Beautiful shot from Zoe though. That's gonna open up a gun to possibly get picked up here. The Astra smoke comes in. Astra's position known right now. A bit of chip damage taken, but at the end of the day, there's still two players towards R2 to worry about. Unfortunately, Angel goes down though, and that's such a crucial kill to come in. Two picks already garnered right now. Heaven are looking for one. Gets the timing onto Rover. That is huge. That could be the impact making kill that decides that locks down this A side, but already the rotation has come through. Spike on its way towards B, and Sia I think has awareness of this. I don't know if they're gonna expect this player to have crossed over already. Plan to come through in a default position. 3v4 situation. Numbers still in favor of YDZ Black. The problem is that they still don't have the greatest guns here.
No, by no means. Hunter's Fury in tow. They've been procced a little too early. Sia removes the Neon away from this round, brings it to an even tide. Marvel, backside, elbow, waiting, reverse, KJ, no,
Oh, no.
Vandal wins it out. Two left alive, make that one for the attack. Alyssa, top frag of last game, did not win it out though. Good for one, nearly two, the headshot, spray control. But the classic right click fails. Sia gets another 3K, more domination of B.
For a second, I thought there was a chance there, Keg. You know, the first kill, the second player getting headshot. 1v3 could have been done, but yeah, just a little bit too much to bite off there. And I mean, the post plant was again the same problems from last map seem to continue into this one for YDZ Black. Even when they can get that spike down, they get these picks. Their post plant is just so awkward. It's like so many of these fights that they take is just one player facing down at least two or three from the opposite side, and Thug Crash Shots are happy to capitalize off the back of it. You're talking about the lockdown 2 rounds ago, Keg, and I mean, Sia has theirs ready already. 7-0, by the way, right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Sia has not died yet.
Flawless record.
It makes me wonder where the lockdown's going to exist here for Thug Crash Outs. They can play pretty safely here. They've been very consistent on their defuses. And speaking about that before too, right? YDZ, it feels like the opportunities where they do get the spike in the ground, it's so last second that they're not expecting to use it to win the round. They're just trying to get whatever money they can.
Taking that back.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
I feel like, to add on to your point, I feel like it's a great job that's being done by Thug Crush Shots. Like, even when they go down, right, they're happy to just make that initial aggressive play and then fall back to kind of just play down to hunker down on these sites. Sia, of course, having to stay alive is a huge factor right now. Gets the information onto the first player, looks to take the fight, actually gets the kill, so that is huge that Alyssa gets taken down. Last map as well, she was the one who had a lot of frags going on. This time around, the peaks are perfect from Heaven. Or gets the first, the second as well. What was that flick? Absolutely disgusting. And the lockdown, even though it's a 2v4, these players are not taking any chances right now. The defuse really just gonna be stuck here. And I mean, the lockdown, what can you really do? So we forced to fall back and just watch as the defuse materializes here. At least able to get a kill onto Angel here. It's a second one as well, but in the end, Sia and her lockdown will stay alive to fight another day. And Sia continues her record, 8-0 this time around.
Is Sia being the only survivor at the end of that round for Thug?
It's
Defenders win.
Oh.
I feel like they wanted to go for a timeout. I mean, I'm pretty sure they wanted to go for a timeout. I feel this happened in like another GC match as well, where team actually locked in a surrender. But
I'm pretty
don't know,
sure though, in that match, right? I think the rule book says you have to surrender.
I'm pretty sure. I don't remember that clause, but yeah, I mean, if that's the case here, we're gonna be having a very quick 2-0 day 2. But I honestly
Well.
feel like that was just an attempt at a timeout.
I mean, normally it is, right? Or you like joke around, you're like, oh, GG, let's surrender, guys, you know?
And then you think somebody will say no, but everybody just presses F5 and you're like, excuse me, we were up, guys. What do you mean?
I want to say that's what happened last time, right? Is that it? You know what? It happened at Cozy Clash. I remember now. Because they did that Oh, it's all coming. It's like flooding back to me, like a past life, because they were joking around like, oh, GG, let's surrender, but because they're taking the timeout and the surrender screen looks virtually identical, you don't think about surrendering in a match
Yeah.
like this, right? So you just press F5 instinctually to do a timeout.
Honestly, yeah, because it looks the same, right? It's the same kind of vote yes thing. Nobody's gonna be really reading it, and I think that's kind of what happens. But we'll know more once we hear from production. But until then, I mean, talking about what we saw on that map, a really, really dominant start for the attacking side. Sorry, for this defensive side. I think Sia in particular has been incredible as that hard anchor on B, but also in terms of just being able to push these retakes forward. I think that it's a great job that's being done here by the defensive side to really not let their opponents even get that spike down and run that clock as well, right? They managed to buy so much time consistently. It's insane.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I'm trying to remember which team caused the forfeit. I don't think we know yet, but YDZ, they were playing this unbelievably well. And again, it's just them understanding what they need to do in order to win, right? It sounds basic, but all they really needed to do was back away, play for their ult advantages, and go for retakes.
Yeah. Either way, though, we do have an update from production. YDZ did not mean to surrender. It was probably a mistimed timeout. So we're gonna go and reset, the game back to the previous round. And while we do that, we're gonna be taking a short break. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and don't forget to hydrate. welcome back everyone to another session of Radiant Academy. Class is still happening here, and we apologize again for that minor break after the tech issue. It is still me, Zach, joined by the wonderful Keg, and we
You're
are
wonderful
in
too.
map. Thank you, Keg. We are in map number 2 of. I'm sorry, I'm so flattered by that compliment, but we are in map number 2 of YDZ Black and Thug Crashouts going up against each other. For those of you who just got back or who are watching right now, welcome to the stream. Thug Crashouts did win map number 1 13-11, and they were up 5-0 on map number 2. Those who missed it, there was a little bit of a misclick situation where I think the members of YDZ Black meant to call a timeout and unfortunately accidentally pressed the surrender button instead. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But speaking of merch, you should check out the merch at Radiant.store, because not only is it some very, very cool merch, it is also merch that if you buy will directly contribute towards these tournaments and more events like this. So, you know, it's good merch and it's for a good cause. What will you say, Kek?
Yeah, absolutely. Please check it out. Radiant.store, you get some of the best shirts around. Some say, I don't know, word on the street, they may be the best shirts of all time. I didn't say it. I just heard it a few different times. But I'm not too sure. That being said, though, we are just about ready to get back into the game. I'm very excited to see how this turns out. YDZ, if they wanted the timeout, they've had quite a while to think things over, talk it through, I suppose, right? But I mean, they were in a really good spot. They've been flawless so far on Pearl. They've taken their strategy back on Ascend, transferred it back over to Pearl, and haven't really had to change too much of it.
Definitely. I do think that for the side of Thug Crashouts, I think that, you know, them being able to win that map number 1 is huge, because if I'm not wrong, it was their opponent's map pick, and they are up 5-0. And before we headed into this break, we were talking about one of their players and how they still haven't died yet. I think they were at 8-0 the last time I checked, which is insane. Yeah, Sia just having an absolute banger of a game on the Killjoy so far. But yeah, looking at the map beetle once again, Ascent was over. Thug Crashouts pick, they take it very convincingly. 13. Well, I wouldn't say very convincingly. Towards the second half, it was very convincing in terms of retakes, but it was a bit touch and go in the beginning. But they made that comeback from 9-5 to take it 13-11. And of course, Pearl, I mean, YDZ Black, it might be their map pick, but I think the Crashouts definitely have their measure so far.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the response is going to be thus far. Could see a big turnaround here. But we'll have to wait until we get back into the lobby. I'm trying to think of the big points of contention so far. One thing that we did highlight going into Pearl was that the Phoenix was going to be coming out, and because Phoenix has such a low threshold to obtain his ultimate, we were seeing a lot of fights very early into each round outside of the A choke where the orb is. And that worked so well for this Phoenix, because the Neon would push in and Zoe would just get farmed at the beginning of each round. I want to see this changed up. I want to see more of the attacking side play into mid. And we began to see that a little bit, Zach, going into right before the break. So hopefully it can continue on past this.
Yeah, I mean, those points that you made about that aiming control is so crucial, right? Because not only are you getting that orb, but you're consistently keeping that pressure up. And again, it ties back into our original point about like the kind of game that Sia is having. Because, you know, in that anti-eco round 2, she single-handedly faced 4 people who had pistols with just a pistol of her own and got 4 headshots to get half her ult already in that round. Absolutely bonkers stuff there, and she's continuing to do that throughout the game. Yeah, exactly, like just the ghost. And honestly, she wasn't even jiggling and stuff. She just like stood there and tapped like 1, 2, 3, 4, just aim labs right in the middle of a game. Casual deathmatch stuff that you wouldn't expect to see, but still are seeing at that time. I mean, that said though, 5-0 is a great start here for the Crashouts, especially considering that they were able to close out that previous game. So very good chance at a 2-0. But like you said, Keg, I think this accidental surrender situation is actually something that could be very helpful, because, you know, a lot of time to think about what you can do better, and it's going to be important to get as many rounds as you can on this attacking side, because Pearl, I think, does tend to skew a little bit more towards that attacking side, especially, you know, when you don't have like a KJ of your own, for instance. It can be much more difficult.
It can be really difficult. But we haven't seen defensive teams so far in the 2 series that we're covering today play defense pretty well, all things considered. A lot of it has just been finding early reads against attacking teams. And what do I mean by that? You're holding down lanes, you know full well what works and what doesn't work for an attacking team to take a site, you adapt around that, you hold crossfires, and for a lot of teams so far today, they've been giving up B site completely and defensively going for a retake as soon as that spike goes down.
Yeah, I think the retakes in particular have been great coming in from the side of the crash outs. I mean, in the first half as well, in a sense, they were looking a little bit down, but once they got into that retake mindset, they were able to just go in for these flood attempts. They were really, really impactful, especially, even then Sia on that stage had a couple of really fun looking walls and stuff that were super useful in being able to get that first frag and also just block off like crucial lanes and buy a lot of time for rotations to come in and get ready for the flood retake. I think the biggest problem that we've seen from their opposition on both of these maps is the fact that they just haven't been able to make a post-plan workout. Two things. First thing, they take a lot of time in most of these rounds to get the spike down. By that time, it's like 10 seconds left on the clock, 5 seconds left on the clock, and it's just like you said, Keg, a while ago. It's a question of whether they're able to get the spike down and get the money rather than them trying to win the round. And two, even when they get it down with time in hand, they're not able to really be able to capitalize off the back of it. They get themselves into post-line positions. There's like a lot of solo peaks, and the crash outs are just constantly holding hands.
Let's see what Zaytuna can do here at start of round. We're finally back into the game. 5 rounds in a row now, flawlessly going in Thug Crash Out's favor. YDZ attempt to use the Neon ult, use all 3 ults really to barrel rush into B. Look at the distance that C is at right now. Still flawless in this half. Do not want to die just yet. No command surely to follow up here. And an overdrive for the post plant. Will be so powerful to take full site control. Big fear to watch out for though, Zach, is that these ults could come out too early and not find much impact in the retake.
Planted.
I agree, it's a big concern, and you have no information. You have to be able to push past this Astra ult here. Already though, everybody is playing off site. Astra Star comes down. The pull is going to be expended pretty early on here. That's going to be one thing to worry about. However, it is going to be the Killjoy to find that first kill. Marvel going huge right now. Heavener though gets the first one. Not able to do more than that though, and they still have some mollies available, flashes available, a lot of utility available in general. Sia gets taken down as well. First death of the half here, and off the back of that extra long timeout that was completely accidental, YDZ Black finally get themselves on the board. And I think we were talking about the Killjoy for Thug Crash outside, but Marvel in that round was a linchpin, and that her being able to get that 3K is also going to give YDZ Black a lockdown.
And look, I'm surprised that YDZ only needed to use 1 ult that round. I thought for sure Cosmic Divide's a great start to get that backside control, but what's a better way to solidify your first round while already being a map down, right? Bring out the null command. Make sure all the smokes and utility and Phoenix util that could stop you in the post plant wouldn't come out. But now it's all gets to save for future rounds. Could very well be the possibility that YDZ brings out one of these very impactful ults 1 round at a time. It does control a lot of these rounds and dictates the winner of them. Lockdown available now for YDZ2. That KJ's nowhere near anybody, including the spike. Makes me think this could be a split back over to A. Maybe off the hands of the KO. It'll be risky though.
Ult and the lockdown, 2 huge ults that YDZ Black have as a card to play if they need to. Opting to go in for a slow lurk split towards Art and A site. I mean, there's only the fade from the defender really playing here. So with that Haunt's not finding anything, they might choose to just fall back here. But the shots coming in through Art, kind of giving away the game here for Angel. Just forced to fall back and play their life here. 0 Point not gonna catch them exactly, neither does the drone, and Zoe gotta be able to lead the charge onto site at the very least. Recon as well. I mean, Angel gotta be safely tucked away into the smoke, not gonna be caught by anything. And the spam though, it's at least gonna deny the plant from coming in. A lot of damage being taken, and Zoe wins out the spam fight. The problem is the molly and the flash. It actually works in favor. Still a 3v3 situation here, but the Blade Storm, absolute clean shots coming out of Heavener. 2v3.
1 enemy remaining.
Huge. Great retake again from Thug Crash Outs. Simple patience, waiting in the back lines no matter what's going to be thrown at you. You bypass all the utility and you take fights and win. I wish I could go a little bit more in depth, but Thug Crash Outs, their whole focus is the big picture in preventing YDZ from even existing in the second half of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. Again, like, look at that timer, right? They got onto the side pretty early on, but the spike couldn't go down. And again, like, they were in the situation where the clock was winding down to like 10 seconds. And the spike, they had to get onto side to plant the spike. And again, it's really hard when you're down players as well. Now, though, Neon Ult's going to be invested. Overdrive to try and find some damage. The Recon doing wonders here. And oh, yeah, nothing you can really do against that. It's going to be the kill to come in for Zoe. And pistol picked up as well. Second kill to come through for Zoe as well. So two huge openings that will let them get that spike down onto site. Now a 3v4 retake that we're looking at here, and again, you've got the null command, you've got the lockdown available in a tough situation, so it's gonna make things look a little bit difficult. Some chip damage done though, and look at this lurk from Marvel. It's massive.
Oh, on top of the null command too. Any sense of utility that could come by is completely removed.
Placing swarm grenade.
And a swarm.
Last player
Last
standing.
one left alive.
Oh,
And even then, having bodies driven away, you would think no command would buy some time, but it doesn't. Thug Crash Out simply ignore the ult, really. And I mean, when you have Heavener still left alive, 13 and 4, decimating this lobby. Both
feel
them
like
and Sia have been so good, Zach, about just taking away as many positional fights as possible.
yeah, I was just gonna say that it's like Heavener and Sia are having like a little kill race between them. Like, who could get to 21st? You or me? And so far, at least Heavener asked for that round as winning. But that round, right? It seemed like the Crash Outs had the advantage. They get the spike down. You know, they had time to get themselves in good close plant positions. But YDZ Black just sweep in between them. They're able to clear every angle so methodically. And there's not a single casualty that they find in the course of this retake. I mean, sure, the lurk actually finds some value, but at that point, it's just too late. The spike not planted for you either. No way to trigger the mollies. It's just such a difficult task that you have. Eco round once again for side of YDZ Black here. Mid. Zoe with the Marshall looking to take up the space. Heavener watching that angle though. I don't think the barrel was spotted quite yet, but aside from that, the spike itself is also coming towards B long. A lot of space having been guarded already. Heavener, as well as their teammate, the Astra, do have a good crossfire, though.
Zoe is going to have a hard time pushing in with just a Marshall. Maybe good for a singular shot, but the crossfire is set up. Very easy to remove this fast demon away from the server for the round. Backside control, angle not spotted. You may think it's safe,
Oh,
but it's a
no.
mowdown completely. Where are the flashes? They don't
One
exist.
enemy remaining.
Angle and Heavener again. Lawnmowers to blades of grass. It's Alyssa to fall last. Thug Crash Outs, they had a flawless run, quite literally a flawless round, but they've only lost one round so far this half.
I don't know, Keg. That was we've seen this a couple of times as well. Zoe just blazing into the backside, and you know, everybody else on the team assumes that the corner has been checked, but nobody checks it. And I mean, if I had a nickel for every time it's happened, I would have like 3 nickels at this point, which isn't much, but it's really sad that it's happened 3 times. You really want to be careful because these are just such minor mistakes that could really add up and have such a bad impact. Now, Phoenix Ult ready to go here. The run back might be even used early on here, and that does seem to be the call this sees, though it's gonna catch the ult along with the stun, so not gonna get too much value here. Flash off the back of the Haunt, though. Rover actually able to find the kill, and now the Hunter Spear to try and catch this player off guard. Zoe finds the kill, is able to take that first split onto Angel here, and it's that first opening, so without the fade, it's suddenly gonna be harder in these retake situations.
That's right, Hunter's Fury was used, lockdown in return. The Molly does not connect to the lockdown. Made mostly just for stall. Thug, Crash Outs, they're able to abide by the lockdown. They have to give up so much extra room. At this point, it's really just the Zoe show. What kind of distance can you find here?
Oh,
Well,
no.
show's over, folks. 3 left alive now for the attack. Again, a disassembly 1 by 1. Heavener's yet to be contested in a 1-on-1 gunfight. Frost is 1 of 2 left. Marble's bought enough time to go for the flank. This has happened before, though.
Enemy remaining.
Same exact situation. Now a 1v1. Angle again wins that fight.
Just to, I mean, it was a nice attempt at being able to make it look make the comeback happen in a 2v3. They get it down to a 1v1, but yeah, Marvel was just not able to have that clean headshot in that final fight. And very unfortunate there for YDZ Black, but again, the Crash Outs, they're able to stop Zoe in their tracks. They're able to, like, again, deny that spike plant from even coming through, and Rover just caught watching one angle, nobody watching the box to see if anybody was coming through from the back of side, and they pay the price for that. Now again, remember that was an ultimate. That was a round where two huge ultimates were burnt as well. Both the Hunter's Fury as well as that lockdown were used in exchange for just a Phoenix ult, and they still don't end up winning the round. They didn't even get the plant. So look at this. This buy is just so bare bones here. 2 more rounds left in the half, and I think that YDZ Black need to win both of them to really be able to look convincing. Already the jump spot gonna be able to catch out Zoe here. Just a Marshall, so it's gonna be so difficult to get an entry unless, of course, Helena decides to walk into your clutches and oh no, Zoe, not like this.
The Fade Prowler found so much information back on A, knowing full well nobody's fighting that very pivotal spot that we've seen just about every round now from the attackers. That's why there's an extra focus on mid and B this round. Not a lot of distance made. Less than a minute left. A team that's been so good about running down the timer. Angel, just waiting. Here's the footsteps of another. Can wait it out. It leaves it to Rover, the last alive. At least now there's an upgrade of another Vandal. Plenty of utility to work with too, but with 35 seconds left, Rover's not aware of Astra and Phoenix stacked up together.
That is very unlucky. I mean, I feel like Rover had a chance there because they had the spike, they had the gun, but they had information on the Phoenix location, but not the Astra. So perhaps they were hoping for a reposition towards A, especially with where those kills happened. But, you know, Thug Crash Out's playing that really carefully, knowing that it's probably going to be a mid or an A push, just wanting to play together, be sure that they could find those trades, and timing was in their favor as well. Looking at the ults here, they've got the Cosmic Divide as well as the Nightfall for a retake, and on the opposite side, I mean, there's a Cosmic Divide of their own. They were able to use Alyssa's ult to get the spike down on B side the last time. And look at this adaptation. You already have 3 players from the defense stacked up towards there. But it's an A hit coming forward instead right now. The Recon not going to be able to spot anything. The Prowler either, though, in return. So it is just going to be a bit more of a passive play here.
Nightfall is prepped up and ready from Angel. Let's see how many could be on the other side of that smoke. All the while, this is just buying time for Marvel again, who destroys the alarm bot. Yes, this does promote now an extra watch over towards B and mid. Less bodies on A site. Because of that, the Fade is forced to back away. They don't want to put themselves in a 1v5. I like this default from YDZ Black. They're opting to look for this opening fight to find a weakness. Oh, the Nightfall comes out. Only a single player at most was caught out. Cosmic Divide in return, directly into the heart of the belly of the beast. YDZ thought there were so many people on B side, but no, it was on A, but it was actually B.
Oh, and now it's 2 Cosmic Divides, right angles to each other, and Zaytuna in the angle, able to find so much damage. 2 kills already to come through. That might be the call, though, for a possible rotation. Yeah, the spike itself. Left. I mean, I don't know. It's only 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a bit of a rush to get back into position. Oh, look at this. Angel still hasn't moved a muscle. Tucked away into the corner here. Rover going all the way towards CT. Might not clear this out, and that could be so dangerous right now. 14 seconds left. They are going to hear the sound cue coming in, the information garnered as well. All they have to do is stop the spike plant from coming in. The Haunt as well as the Astra utility. The spam, it could be perfect right now, but it is just the Hunter's Fury along with these mollies to deny the plant from coming through. They still get it down though, so it is going to be a 4v3.
This stall has been incredible thus far. The Hunter's Fury found just a teeny tiny bit of damage. Knives in the air like you just don't care. That's at least one. And Rover once against the last one left. Fragment Nade can only do so much. Huge though, a double kill. And enough stall off of the nade to just wait it out. A flash doesn't find much impact. One bullet will remove this Phoenix away from the round. A second one could go to YDZ if Rover gets the shot.
Oh,
the reload! No. What? Sure. A 3K in Zaytuna. Just needs to watch. Was not able to get the time for the defuse. Another last second plant leading to a second round for YDZ.
Heroics from Rover. I mean, sure, it was a little bit awkward towards the ending there, but you know, the 3K more than double their kills in that round, and I mean, they doubled the rounds as well for YDZ Black, but it's still, I would say, a little bit of a grim situation. considering the fact that they needed to get more rounds ideally because they're already a map down. But yeah, winning that last round is definitely better than having 11-1 scoreline. So W for Rover right there. Side swap coming in right now. Heavener, like you said, has been having an absolute beast of a game, and now them and Zaytuna together, that powerful double duelist combo can really wreak some havoc on their opposition. 3 rounds is all that stands between them, and moving on to the top 8 here. Top 4 stage here. That would be so huge for them right now, and that's what they want. Quiet approach towards B. You do have a KJ position here. You also have some additional backup ready to come in from the Astra. Marvel actually going forward for an aggressive peek. Might be a mistake though. You really don't want to do more than anchor as a KJ, but yeah, Zaytuna is happy to find that kill, and Heavener off the back of that hot knows that there's nobody on site, so it's gonna be a free plan for the crash outs.
With the Phoenix and a Jet by your side, you can essentially just WQB side for the rest of the game and find success. Zaytuna found that impact. Zoe's there for the trade, which is good. About now of angle holding, something that Thug Crash Outs have been so good at.
Ooh.
YDZ though, a retake may very well be possible. See, it's the last one left alive. That's down on swarm number 1. Good for the stall. The right click's not enough. No info.
Really nicely played. The retake as well. The fact that they got those trades, like you said, and more than that, I think we saw the same case of what we were talking about on the previous side, on their attacking side as well. Just awkward positioning from crash outs. Like for example, the player in backside was just left out of the island, and if they weren't able to get the kill, just no way for them to really get back into the round. And I mean, that's a desperate lifeline that has extended itself towards YDZ Black. They really needed that pistol, and with that coming in, they have a sliver of a chance coming back into this game right now. They do have a comp that could be very defensively heavy oriented because of the amount of util that's there, so that's definitely a plus.
Yeah, double sources of information plus the KJ could be huge, especially in the mid round. If we see more than just early gunfights, could be so good to keep track of where Thug crash outs have been. If we start to see them default and scatter around, that information's gonna be a big thorn in their side. Rover hiding away, was playing gopher mode and was good for at least one, but Thug crash outs yet again. They didn't have too many buys into that round, and unfortunately they walked right into the meat grinder. YDZ Black, they need 6 more rounds to catch up on the Thug Crashers if they want to have a chance to bring things to map 3. The Thug Crashers again, this is their first full rifle round. They have that Jet, they have the Phoenix, they don't necessarily need to just keep pushing as a symbiotic unit into a site. Once we start seeing that comfortability for the lurks, that's when I think Thug Crashers will really elevate their attacking playstyle.
Definitely agree with you. I mean, even in that pistol, you could see Sia kind of, if their teammates had been able to stay alive a little bit longer, could have had the lurk be the end of things necessary. Heavener being granted once again a free kill towards this B side. Happy to take that shot and get it confirmed. First blood once again on this B side, going in favor of the crash outs here. That said, I mean, the rotation is slowly coming over. You do see 2 players on the site waiting for the push through here, but it does seem like after summoning the rotation over, they're just going to be falling back. It's a fake tactic. I mean, I'm not sure about this because there still hasn't been a complete rotation from the opposite side. You still have players on A as well as towards Art. If they can find this kill in Art, though, it's going to be so huge here. Angel actually taking a lot of chip damage, but the alarm bot's still present. The Prowler actually going to go after whoever's present there, and Spike itself, it's headed towards A.
Alright, split push over towards A site, like you said, maybe a little premature. Not a lot of information, especially considering YDZ have 2 to work with in terms of initiators. Back on Art though. Where's that spike going? Are they attempting to rotate into B? They couldn't.
30 seconds
I'm glad the recall was made for Zaytuna to go back. Had that spike gone a step further, it would have been impossible to grab again.
Not only does Zaytuna get it down, there's also that Phoenix slot's available, so another win condition. I mean, they already have the numbers advantage here, but that ult, I mean, even if you don't use it this round, you're going to have it for the next one. And for the side of YDZ, it's just going to be important to try and do as much damage as you can at this point. Having a rare non-headshot spray coming through from them. A beautiful flash, though, from Zaytuna. Actually spots out 2 of these players in that backside, and now, I mean, a lot of damage being done in terms of economy, but Zaytuna and Heavener between them ready to farm out whoever whatever is left. Heavener just flexing at this point, a 4K and a perfect headshot to come through, and it is going to be 11 rounds on the board here for Thug Crash Outs, 2 away from the confirmation.
And this has been the clockwork of every map we've seen from Thug Crash Outs, or every side of every map, I should say. They'll struggle on pistol. They'll certainly struggle on their buy-up or on the second round if they can't win pistol. But then once they get rifles in their hands, it's essentially game over. The only time that wasn't necessarily the case was their first half of Ascent. They finally got their bearings together afterwards, and their attacking rounds looked sublime. So let's see now what they can do here. Once again, fighting for the early A main control. They may be able to get this orb for free. Hand it over to either the Jet or the KJ. Why does Black understand the stakes now? They have to keep their economy okay. They can't push up and take a silly fight. They don't want to lose guns. If they do, it's essentially over for them this series.
Definitely agree with you. I mean, look at this already. Zaytuna taking up a lot of space. Oh, knows exactly where Marvel is. Just so much damage, and Heavener happy to confirm that kill. The Killjoy taken down right now. So huge, and that's our control lost as well. However, you have Unity finding a straight onto Sia. A bit of an overextension as well from Heavener causes that player to go down. That said, it is going to be Angle holding down the angle here. Caught by the flash, forced to fall back, caught between a rock and a hard place. And it is going to be a retake that works out in the end by YDZ Black. I would say it was a good retake by them, but also a lot of mistakes being made by Thug Crash Out. So again, they keep themselves alive. Don't let the series get to match in series points. And I think the only problem is that they lost 3 of their players here. Like you said, it's their full buy. They want to keep as many people alive as possible. But at least they've got that Neon ult. They've got that Silva ult. They have a lot of tools in this round.
They certainly do. They can leverage their buys, and Neon doesn't need to buy up into this round either. You could just use the overdrive immediately and take these fights directly to Thug Crash Outs. This is the point where you might start getting a little antsy if you're on the attacking team. You have this big lead, you don't want to get rid of it, and look how deep in the star from Melissa is. That star, a smoke, purposely designed to take that fight early. Oh, but it doesn't do much. Heavener's already made their way in with the Blade Storm. Could that be enough? The Hunter's Fury to follow. Unfortunately, Zowie brings out the overdrive and finds 0 impact off of it. This has gone well for Thug Crashers. Another smoke is down to try to allow these defenders to run away. It may have just worked. Damage has already been done, but it hasn't been Doomsday yet. A body's going to stay in that presence, though. That'll be Sia. Everybody else may try to rotate mid and re-aggress towards Art, and the Silva's set up and ready off of the Owl Drone, but even then, I think that Owl Drone's too far out to hear the audio of the rotation to B site.
Yeah, I believe so too. It's just, I mean, the rotation has come through. The thing is, Killjoy is still here, so that's Timmy the Charge could actually find some insane value if it was positioned on site. Not gonna be the case though, so YDZ Black, it is going to be them falling back, opting to go in for the retake instead. This Nightfall not really going to find any value, but it's another fake, a double fake, and it's the bait completely swallowed here. Sia will just be able to find the site completely abandoned, and the spike itself, it's going to make its way over with plenty of time to spare. 30 seconds, it's just perfection coming in, and YDZ Black, I feel like they're finally going to realize they've been baited. They realize it, they're back, but it just might be a bit late.
I don't know if I believe in this play. Luckily, the timing's there. It's just a matter now of these attackers pushing up. They have to take this extra space, or all but for nothing.
No.
That's good. Sia's taking that extra space, and Cross falls. And now everyone else in backside gives the extra advantages. We have to see Angel crawl through the sewer and get this flank down to secure this 12th round.
I like this as well, because if Sia was the one flanking, they would expect it. Rover able to tap the spike here. Alarm bot gotta be broken here, giving away the position of a player towards this side of the map. Marvel, though, takes care of Zaytuna, so suddenly things look a little bit more doable. It is gonna be flank kicking in. Angie and Sia between them finding these kills. It's all up to Alyssa. She's been looking incredible before, but Sia, man, the lurk, the triple kill, and match and serious point for Thug Crash Outs. We've been talking about her all game, and I mean, at this point, she's not even the top frag. It's Heavener and Zaytuna between them who have just been able to crack these sites open for the most part. Heavener especially. The amount of first bloods that they found over the course of the series has just been crazy.
Yeah, Heavener has been such a great opener for Thug Crash Outs. It's been incredible. I will say, though, I got really nervous. A lot of ult dumping down on B. With the timing, it nearly wasn't sold. YDZ Black had begun to rotate practically as the spike had gone down. Luckily, though, it did work out in their favor. Now over double the rounds plus some. Thug Crash Shots only need one more round for them to move on forwards into tomorrow. Zaytuna removing Marvel away, maybe the beginning of the end. Cosmic Divide available for YDZ Black. Heavener, as you mentioned, good to open things up and knows full well where Alyssa's at.
No.
The top rank from map 1 gone now. A 5v3 for a potential retake, and the Neon's nowhere to be seen. Everyone's separated out. No tradability whatsoever. And the Sova may be the first to engage. But worst of all, there's no information about Sia on this small little lurk. The KJ's turret is certainly there, but there's no KJ to follow up. There it is. Blast away.
No.
Heavener from behind. E2 Brute. That's all you need.
Attackers win.
Flawless round, man. That's like the perfect way to end it if you are a fan of, Thug Crash Shouts. Map number 1 was neck and neck, but map number 2, they made it look so easy. And on the defensive side, it was Sia popping off. On the attacking side, it was Heavener as well as Zaytuna popping off. They made it look really easy, I think, by the end of it. And 13-5, it's like a pretty dominant scoreline, I've got to say. So congratulations to them. They are going to be the ones moving on to your top semifinals, if I'm not wrong, for tomorrow, or quarterfinals for tomorrow. It remains to be seen if they're going to be making it to a final or, even further in the tournament than they have before. And I mean, unfortunately for their opponents, we do have to say goodbye here to YDZ Black, if I'm not wrong. But that said, I mean, Thug Crash Shots, right? We were talking about this, Keg, before we got into the series and about how the improvements that they've been showing over the course of all of these Radiant Academy, classes that we've been having. And I think they're definitely in form to be a, top performing graduate the way it's going.
I'm gonna look pretty soon they'll be TAs because they've been playing incredible and they understand the material. Not only do you have a team that seems very knowledgeable and has a lot of set strats and a great structure about how they want to perform their attacking sides, you also have players that are very, very formidable and consistent in fights. Sia popped off for a map, right? Heavener was so good both maps and being so, Heavener got an ace in map 1 and map 2 nearly dropped a 30 bomb. Those are the kinds of players you want to have in your arsenal to make sure you can make it to Grands.
Yeah, I was very happy to see the kind of shots that Heavener in particular was hitting. Incredible precision, really nice that they were able to chain together so many multi-frags, especially on that map number 2. And I mean, it was a team-wide performance as well. In map number 1, even though it was neck and neck, I feel like it was only that close because of the fact that Alyssa had almost like 30 kills to their name. I think they had more than 30 kills to their name, actually. It was like 32 or 33 by the end of it, which is just ballistic for Omen. But, map number 2, I feel like the score was a little bit more evenly distributed. I mean, of course, you had Heavener with like 25, 26 kills, but, right behind them, it was the Phoenix. And right after that, there was Sia on the Killjoy as well. So it was like pretty neck and neck between, the players on this team here. And I'm really excited to see what they can do, especially with the level of control that they're showing and just their retakes. I feel like at this point, they are the retake icons of this particular tournament. I feel like we should definitely make a special module based off of their performances for future classes and sessions because it will be very useful.
Look, I think both teams today that ended up winning out were fantastic in their retakes. Defensive control was unbelievable, and again, if that's what every team's gonna rock into tomorrow, it's gonna get canceled out, or we might have overtime for every single game, which, depending on how things go, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for us casters to see. But of course, speaking about tomorrow, we do have our bracket and we get to see which teams have made it and not, I guess flunked out, right, into tomorrow. So Lil Pups, not too surprised, they will be facing up against Thug Crash Outs. That is a match I really want to see. And into the semifinals, we don't know yet for the lower half, but Hyperspeed Red already one map up over Scooby Snacks, and Meow Stars and Bundles of Joy are in their third map. So Zach, it could really be anybody's game.
I definitely agree with you there. I mean, Little Pups versus Thug Crash Shots. I'm really excited for that one as well, especially since, for a reminder, for those who may not have watched the previous sessions, I think Little Pups was the winner of Academy class number 105. They were our outstanding graduates, and they have a chance to kind of like make that record here, back-to-back winners. That would be super cool for them. But on the other side of the bracket, personally, Keg, I'm rooting for Scooby Snacks to make it just because I love that name so much. It's amazing. I love Scooby Snacks.
I know. Speaking of Scooby Snacks, I'll have to eat a whole bunch of them after this game. We got mysteries to solve, Zach. But there is one big mystery. And, man, I haven't been able to figure it out yet. The mystery of where I can find the best merch in the world.
I mean, I remember you talking about it a while ago, and I mean, after that game, I also understand my mind's a little bit fried. But just a reminder for those who do want some insane merch while also supporting the causes that they love, they can go to Raidiant.store. That's Raidiant. I think I spelled it correctly. I hope I spelled it correctly. .store. So go ahead, get your merch. There's some pretty funny T-shirts there, unironically saying. So you can always get your friends a present, get yourself a present, and while you're at it, make sure that initiatives like this can continue happening, because we are talking about it today. Teams that have previously bombed out of the group stage are now in contention for making it to that top 4 level, and it's just heartwarming to see the level of improvement and support that these players continuously get from initiatives like this. So shout out to Radiant Academy for making it possible.
Absolutely, Radiant Academy, thank you so much for an incredible day number 1. But guess what? We have a whole other day tomorrow. We get more amazing games, we get more an earlier day overall, and we get to see who might be able to graduate at the end of Radiant Academy number 106. So don't go anywhere. I mean, get some sleep, sure, but you might as well stay in the stream overnight. Who cares, right? But we'll see you all tomorrow much earlier than today, and we'll get to see through the semifinals to the grand finals who can win it all out. We'll see you then.